Hello, 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 and good morning. How is everyone today? I hope you are all doing well. I am doing really well myself. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting some reading done today. So, StreamYard is giving me some weird notices, so I hope everything ends up being all right today. But anyway, yeah, it's another nice, bright, sunny day here. I feel like Mondays are frequently sunny. I don't know what that's about. But anyway, I've got a lot that I'm hoping to get done today. I'm going to be alternating between reading and getting stuff done around the house today. So that is my goal. Let me know what you are reading or working on today. And yeah, let me share some things with you. So, to start with, I am reading The Mysteries of Paris. I do need to knock out my daily pages in this. And in fact, I'm actually a little bit behind on this. I am reading one chapter of this very long book every day. Um, and right now I'm on chapter 8 and I'm reading like one chapter a day each month. So usually the date for the day should be what chapter I'm on. So today's date is June 10th. So I should be on chapter 10. So I'm two chapters behind. So I'm going to start with reading that and then probably come back to it, hopefully two more times, so that I will be caught up today. In addition to that, when I take a break from reading with my physical eyes to get stuff done around the house, I will then be listening to Hidden Valley Road on my audiobook. I have made a bit more progress in this book since last week because I was also listening to it last week on my audiobook, but I really didn't get as far as I was hoping to. And then finally, I started Drood. So I have been wanting to read this book for a very, 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 very long time. So I'm excited to finally get to this today. Um, well, I say get to it today. I've been reading it, but I'm excited to have some dedicated time to sitting down and reading this and getting through this. And this book has been so interesting. It's really slow paced, I will say that. So I'm finding myself just reading a little bit at a time. So I'm tempted to start another book, but I really don't want to do that because I already have this audiobook going and my buddy read. So I don't know. We'll have to figure that out, but I'm hoping to make some good progress in it today. So let me know what you are reading in the comments or working on today, and then we will hop into our first sprint. So since I'll be on all day today, I will be doing hour-long sprints for most of the day, but I always like to start with the 45-minute sprint just to kind of get us warmed up, I guess. So, hello, Heather. How are you this morning? I hope you're doing well. What are you reading or working on? In fact, I'll put up my little banner that says that. Feel free to share. Good morning, Wanda. How are you? Oh, you're welcome for Saturday. You did complete Things Fall Apart. Yay. How did you like it? I had so much fun on Saturday reading that. If you guys weren't there on Saturday, we read, in fact, I have it right here. We read together Things Fall Apart, a whole bunch of us, and I tabbed the crap out of my book. And it was so good. And if you guys haven't seen the other Heather, in the chat had mentioned that there was actually a video where Chinua Achebe talks about his book 50 years after writing it. And in my community post, I posted the link to the video if you guys also wanted to see it. It's really short. It's like 8 minutes long. But it's so good to hear his thoughts on it. Good morning, Anne. You were trying to read Things Fall Apart. You're 100 pages in. Yes, it depends on what you're struggling with, Anne. So tell me like what you feel like is making you want to DNF it. I can say if it helps with the clarity, part one of the book is him laying the foundation of what life in the village was like. Because the entire book is basically the major theme of change versus tradition. And so part one may seem like, what is he getting at? because sometimes I did feel like he was telling us a lot of details about random things, but his whole point is he wants you to get what village life was like. But yeah, tell me what you're struggling with, because I would say it gets better, but it depends on what's not working for you, if that makes sense. Good morning, Denise. How are you? You're reading tomorrow, tomorrow, and tomorrow for like four of Tar. Nice. You're on page 204 of 397. Very good. And liking it so far. Very good. I've heard good things about it. And I know a lot of people have that book, have read that book, that kind of thing. In fact, my husband at one point was interested in reading the book. And based on what I've seen, I think he'd like it. So hello, Brittany. How are you? Just about to start some laundry and get dinner in the slow cooker. Very nice. What are you slow cooking today, Brittany? I'm always interested in good slow cooker recipes. And yeah, I probably have some laundry I need to get going too, because we're trying to strike that balance of like, because our stuff is going in storage, like, I want to put it all in storage clean and dry. So, when's the last time I get to do laundry? And Wanda loved all the info about their culture. Yeah, I did too. I thought he did such a good job of thoroughly immersing you in that. So I felt like when the change happened, I noticed it right away. Alex, good morning. He just finished chapter 11 of Things Fall Apart. Yay! I'll have to go and check Storygraph as you update it. So let me know. And Heather will be reading Chain Gang All Stars. Ooh, I really want to read that, Heather. Let me know how you like it. And The Bluest Eye. Ooh, I also want to read that, but I've heard, I feel like there's going to be things about that that are going to hit really close to home for me. And you're still trying to whittle down your loans from the library. I know that feeling. But you know what? At least it's better than having to whittle down student loans. Because, loans from the library, that's fun while you do that. And Wanda is starting Yinka, Where is Your Husband? Ooh, I have not heard of that. Another Nigerian author. Awesome. Let me know how you like it. I like the title, like Where is Your Husband? So long as he does so long as he doesn't respond with is that me? She'll be okay. Hey, good morning, Angela. How are you today? Let me know what you're doing, what you're reading, what you're working on. And Alex says, I got distracted looking for a collection of African Anansi stories. Let me know if you find one, because that was really starting to distract me too. Because the tortoise feather story made me remember how my son was obsessed with Anansi stories when he was little. I could totally see that. I loved that tortoise story too, especially when the parrot was like, yeah, okay, I'll help you. And I was like, oh no, I can already see where this is going to go. I loved it, loved it, loved it. A lot of, had Anansi and Tortoise trying to outsmart each other. Yep, I remember some of those stories too. And Brittany's making pulled pork, mac and cheese. Yeah, I would be requesting that as well. We had pulled pork and macaroni and cheese for my son's graduation party, and that was by far like, we had a whole bunch of different barbecue food, but that was by hands down the top 2 most favorite things, and I ate them together all the time. Might need that recipe. And Laura, good morning. Popping in to boop the like. We'll be back later if you're still going after I finish sprinting on my channel. Yep, yep, yep. Sure will be. And Laura, she is sprinting right now. And I think this is her book club sprints, if I recall correctly. So you can go check out the book that they're reading and read and sprint along with them. And Anne, it just seems like the author is bogged down in culture. I want to see something happen. Oh, stuff will happen. Just make it through part one and stuff will happen. And it's intentional. So I don't know if that will help. Like, it is very, very intentional. At the time this book came out, the only writing that had been out in English about Africa was from the perspective of the colonist. And if you watch the little video that Achebe puts out or is interviewed in, he talks about how he felt like there was a story missing on the bookshelves. And then that story was the story of Africa told by Africans. And he felt like their culture was missing, the backstory of their experience was missing. And so, part one of the book, if this helps, is all the backstory. So he's intentionally bogging you down in culture because he realizes at the time that he's writing that the vast majority of the world has no idea what the culture is like there at all. And so he wants you to live day to day life as a villager and to become familiar with their greetings and to become familiar with their religion and how life is lived. So hopefully that helps you. It can seem like a lot and unnecessary, but that's the reason it's there so that when the culture and tradition starts to change, that it's very, very obvious. Um, but it can feel like a lot. I can totally get that. And Beth says, good morning. Good morning to you, Beth. 70% on a net galley, ready to get it done. Oh, no. Oh, it's good, though. Okay. Beyond ivy walls. Nice. Maybe it's just too long for what they're trying to do. And good morning, Kiana. Trying to wake up. I still have my some of my coffee left, so I'm there with you. I've been awake since an insane time this morning for no good reason whatsoever. Angela loved when things fall apart so much that you ordered the other 2 books in the trilogy. Oh, and they arrived today. Oh, how fun. Yes, I'm hoping to get the next book out of the library, and I might have to get it with some Anansi stories, just like Alex was talking about. And Kay, good afternoon. How are you? You're about to start David Copperfield? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want you to let me know how you like it. I don't know if I still don't know if I'm ready to hear negative things about David Copperfield, even though I myself could criticize parts of the book. But I hope you enjoy it and you're tar exhausted and need a chosen read. Yeah. Okay, I can get that. Yeah. After a while, it's like I want to pick something. And Heather says, yeah, The Bluest Eye definitely is a difficult read, but Morrison's writing is so beautiful, so you can't put it down. Oh, that's good. Yeah, and that helps a lot. And Anne says, I will keep trying. Yeah, and to be honest, Anne, like if you feel bogged down, you could, I'll be honest, if you're at 100 pages, you could probably skip to, I'm just trying to see what chapter that puts you in. Boop, boop, boop. You could probably skip straight to chapter 13 and read chapter 13 and then keep going. I don't know that you're going to miss a lot in chapter 12. I mean, chapter 13 is where it all goes downhill, um, or starts to. The snowball is being formed. Um, hmm, I'm just glancing at what happens in chapter 12 for you. Hmm, yeah, you could probably skip to chapter 13 if skipping a chapter will help you. And Alex says, so true. At the time of the writing, there would be no familiarity with the culture outside of it. I'm actually happy to have experience of other books to make connections to. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So, all right. Well, on that, let's all give ourselves a chance to get going with our reading or whatever we're working on. So, I'm going to start that comment and I'm going to bring up the timer. And our first, I was about to say timer, need to drink the rest of my coffee. Our first sprint will be 45 minutes, and I will see you after that. And happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went really well, way better than I was expecting, even in terms of my book, like really picked up. There was some super dramatic things that happened in chapter 8 that I was on that I was like, oh no, I need to know what happens in chapter 9. And then I read chapter 9 and I was like, ah, might as well keep going in chapter 10 because I'm still curious and really want to go on into chapter 11, but I wasn't going to have enough time before the timer ended. So that worked out. So yeah, that was probably the most like exciting section in the book so far. And not that the rest hasn't been exciting, but like the most chapters back to back to back that I've been like, what? What's happening? What's going to happen next? So that was super excited. Also, I realized that we in this buddy read just hit the 500 page mark. So yay! I mean, it's not even halfway through the book, but yay, we're getting close. We're almost halfway through. And I have to say for 500 pages, it's been 500 easy pages. So I can't complain about that. So when we left off, we went into our sprint just as Donna popped in to say hello. So good morning to Donna again. And Heather is saying, love the background timer. It's a shot from the the best Studio Ghibli film, Whisper of the Heart. I did not realize that. I have not seen any Studio Ghibli, but I really want to. And I do know that where we're moving to, they have a little independent theater there. And at least the week that we were there, they were showing all the Studio Ghibli films that week. So I was like, oh, if we were staying longer, I would have gone every day. Good morning, Tammy. Just caught up on the chit chat while waking up. Nice. Oh, my sprints start at 7 a.m. for you. Oh, I did not realize that. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought you were on East Coast. So, yeah, that's super early. Well, and it's still super early. So, thanks for coming on. And Ricardo, good morning or afternoon for you. Another day, another sleigh. Nice. And you're still with Rebecca. I'm doing well. How are you doing? How's Rebecca going for you? How are you liking it? Good morning, Sue. How are you? You'll be in and out of chat for a bit while you pack for your mini vacation. No sleep to speak of, so you're glad you're not driving. Oh, I'm glad you're not driving too. But I hope you have a great vacation and that you're going somewhere sunny and fun. I was having a hard time separating those words. Yeah, so great. Awesome. Have a wonderful trip. And Kay says, well, chapter 1 of David Copperfield was absolutely hilarious. Miss Betsy was so bizarre. Do we ever find out about the cotton in ears? No, I don't believe so. But you do find out more about Miss Betsy that maybe makes it make a little more sense, but not really. Yeah, no. Like you will if you love zany characters, you will love David Copperfield because every single character and their characterization, you're like, "What the heck?" And some people hate it. Like, some people are like, "Oh, these are caricatures," or "These are, like, over the top people," but I don't know. Maybe I like cheesy, but I loved it in David Copperfield. Alex just posted chapter 12. Okay, I will be checking on those when we go into our next sprint. And Karen, good morning. How are you doing today? And you're reading Light Chaser by Peter F. Hamilton and Gareth L. Powell. It's a sci fi novella, almost done. Very nice. Let us know how it goes. The title sounds familiar for some reason, but I don't think I've ever read it. Heather, 6% of Chain Gang. It got so intense just at the end of the last chapter. Oh, that's always exciting. Yeah, that's a book that at some point I want to read. And since I'm going to be doing a lot of library hauling over the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for that on the shelf. And Denise had breakfast and read 11 pages on page 215. Very nice. Alex is interested in Chinging All Stars. Hope you enjoy it. Same, same, same. Oh, in your opinion. Okay. I was like, is that supposed to be email cafe? Like what? I'm so awful about that. Yes, thank you. And Ricardo, I love Studio Ghibli. Missed the love when I was a kid, but during quarantine, got obsessed with it. Nice. Yeah, I love the artwork and like a lot of the things that I've heard about it, but I've never seen one. And Lisa, good morning. You finished both Things Fall Apart and the Heaven and Earth grocery store. Good job. And your only critique for both books is the large number of side characters. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I felt like with Things Fall Apart that I started to lose it because there was definitely one name that like five different people had. And it was kind of like it was I can't think of what the character's name was, but it was the one character name that they always it was like a male character in Things Fall Apart, who they always had to give 2 names for because there were so many people in the village that had the same name, and even in the surrounding villages, and I lost track of that character, even though one of them was reoccurring. But I also agree in Heaven and Earth, the grocery store, I guess because 'cause they're both, like, sort of village settings, right? Communal settings where they're trying to get you the sense of the community, but it's overwhelming for sure. And Ricardo's on page 102, loving it and feel like it's so much better than the movie. I would agree. And you love and hate the characters in equal parts. I would also agree. And it is an interesting experience, right? Where you're like, I don't like you, but I do like you, but I hate you. And Alex James McBride does love side characters. Have you read Dinkin King Kong? So many characters. Oh, interesting. I have not. The only other book of his that I've read was his nonfiction that was primarily about his mother, which I felt like if you guys haven't read that book, I think it's The Color of Water, where he writes a nonfiction story about his mother. I feel like a lot of his mother and his mother's family like, came up in some of the background stuff in the Heaven and Earth grocery store. So if you haven't read that, read it. It's actually a really good book in its own right, but interesting connections. And Ricardo really liked the movie. Yeah, I really liked the movie too, but the book is giving so much more context. I agree. I agree because there were definitely I watched the Hitchcock and one of the more recent ones, not the most recent one, and I thought that too. I was like watching the movie, like, how the heck am I supposed to figure out all this stuff that's in the book? Yeah. And The Bluest Eye was a tough read, not your favorite. Okay, fair, Lisa. Good to know. Good to know. And good morning, Vanessa. How are you? Dropping in to hit the like button. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you have a great day. Let me know if you're sprinting. Heather says to Alex, it's really interesting so far. It has multiple POVs, like tons of POVs. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. So if you're not a big fan for that, it may be less enjoyable. That's fair. That's always good warning because some people really don't like multiple perspectives. And hello, Atia. How are you? Just finished running morning errands and going to read Monstrous Volume 1 and Maisie Chen's Last Chance. Very nice. I'm surprised. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought you had already read Monstrous. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I know a lot of people really like that one. Susan, good morning from Maine. Yes, good morning to you. Just dropping in and reading Inter Ghost by Isabella Hamad. So far, really enjoying it. Great. I hope you have a good time with it today, Susan. And Karen loved the Heaven and Earth grocery store. It is set about 5 miles from you. Oh, even mentions your small town. That's fun. Oh, that's so interesting. So then that's got to have like a lot of meaning and yeah, and whatnot for you. And Karen, that also must mean that we're pretty close to each other. Like, I'm not super close to the area that he's talking about, but we're in the same state. And Ricardo says, I love a book with a lot of side characters. My favorite writer does that, and I feel like it makes the book feel more realistic. Yeah, it can definitely give it a more like people live in this world, where there's definitely some books where it's like you're mentioning walking by people, but like, do other people exist in this world with you? Because none of them are ever mentioned. And Atia might also try and record some videos, always a good goal. And Christina, good morning. How are you? Reading A Half Baked Murder today, and we've entered exam week. Hugging the like button. Well, good luck to your son on all the exams and to you as well. And Ricardo, what are you reading? Oh, I was reading The Mysteries of Paris. That's what I was just talking about. I was getting my daily buddy read done for this book. So we read one chapter a day, and that gets us through. There's like 12 or 15 books in here. And so we're reading one book a day. I mean, one book a day. We're reading one book in here per month, and each book is about 20 chapters long, but the chapters are only like 5 pages or something like that. So we're breaking the book up. That's the point. I'm going to go on to, however, on this next part, I'm going to be up and about. So I'm going to be listening to my audiobook of Hidden Valley Road. I have to put it in front of my face and hope it will zoom, that thing it does when things come into clarity and focus. Focus, it will focus. And Heather and Christina are saying hello and love the Heaven and Earth grocery store. Should have won the Pulitzer Prize instead of Night Watch. I would agree with that, just solely based on the fact that everybody loved the Heaven and Earth grocery store. You saw that book everywhere. And I know people liked Night Watch, but like who's reading Night Watch and who's reading Night Watch even though it's been published now? I mean, and has won the Pulitzer now. So I feel like the Pulitzer is starting to go hard on the we want it to be a book that people aren't talking about, but I don't feel like that's working. I feel like they need to go with the book that people are talking about to just throw it even further over the edge and, like, I don't know, make it really legit. I don't know. And hello, Glitter Fox. Love the name. Let me know if there's something else you would like me to call you by. If not, Glitter Fox it is. On page 151 of Loyalty by Martina Cole. Long time since you read one of her books and you're enjoying it. Set in Gangland, London, crime drama. Ooh, nice. I am reading Drood, which is my Victorian crime novel. So, Victorian London crime novel. And I also recently read Moll Flanders. I read a lot of classics. So, but awesome. I hope you enjoy your read today. And thanks for joining us. And Atia says volume one is a reread for you. Okay, okay, okay. And you've been meaning to reread it for a while. So you probably mentioned it in a video. Okay, that's okay. So I'm glad you said that because I was like, I swear I've seen her with this book. Thinking I'm going crazy here. Christina says good hello to Tia and says Interghost is on the shortlist for the Women's Prize. The winner is announced on Thursday. Exciting. And Heather says, honestly, I honestly think that the Chain Gang would make an amazing movie because of the amount of POVs. Ooh, like a Love Actually, but instead of romance, it's a future industrialized prison complex. I could see that. It could come out like in the summer when like all those action, like kind of things come out and kind of like timing and feel of Hunger Games and that kind of thing. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And Lisa says to Anne, yes. Ricardo, I pay little to no attention to awards. Same. I feel like most of the time the winners don't make sense. I sometimes definitely starting to feel that way. Sometimes definitely. What was that? But yeah, no, I totally get that, Ricardo. And Jackie's reading The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. Ooh, just over halfway through. How are you liking it, Jackie? I read a ton of Thomas Hardy last year. And while he's not my favorite author, I do like his books because I feel like you know what you're getting. Like you know that there's gonna be some sort of triangle, quadrangle, pentagon square of romance and some serious drama. And that's all I'll say so far. And Elises, how are you? I'm doing well today. What are you up to? Anne says Demon, Copperhead, and Trust co-won last year, both popular. Did they go to the other extreme this time? That's what a lot of people are wondering, is if they went from the super popular. But I feel like to say, oh, they're super popular, so we don't need to give it to them is not true because I feel like after they won the Pulitzer, they became even more popular. And then like it extended their reach, which I don't know. That's what I would want is like acknowledgement that this is a good book. Alex says, "Oh my gosh, I was doing so good reading for the Women's Prize, but you still haven't finished your last book from the short list. Oh no, Soldier Sailor started Loving first chapter. Well, you got and Ricardo says, I think I'm going to use the next sprint to edit part of my future video and write a new story I just came up with. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Sounds good. We'll get into that sprint in just a second. Alex got distracted by a J-Bay. Don't mind it at all. Well, that's a good reason to not get to it. Jackie, love his writing, but would probably be annoyed with him. Is this my first of his that you've read? Oh, okay. I could see that. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, if you want a nice list of like order of reading, Thomas Hardy. There was a booktuber, and if I think of her name, I'll put it in the chat. But she did like a whole where to start with Thomas Hardy, and she has like a whole diagram of how to go through every single last one of his books based on your own interests. It's hilarious. I copied it down and I followed it, and she was right. And Christina says, good morning to Elise's. Elise's called in, requested a personal day. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling so well. Well, read. Yeah, reading can be good for that. Stay in bed, read, take a nap at some point. Sounds healing. So I hope you feel better. And, oh, and you meant, if you love his writing, but would probably be oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get you, I get you. Yeah, so, well, definitely, yeah, annoying characters and main female protagonists, yeah, sounds like Thomas Hardy. Anyway, all right, let me take us into our next sprint. I know I'm gonna need to change our timer so that it is for, an hour. So we will be doing our sprints, and like I said, I'm going to be listening to my audiobook of I was about to say Things Fall Apart. My audiobook of Hidden Valley Road. Hopefully I will finish it today. I don't know. I think I'm at like 90%, but I haven't looked to see how many hours or minutes that leaves me. Anyway, happy reading. and welcome back. So I'm going to say this right now at the start is that I am waiting. I'm on hold and waiting for a call back from the eye doctor's office. And Murphy's Law says they're going to call while we're chatting. So if that happens, I'm going to quickly mute myself and I'll just throw us back into a sprint. If I don't get through a lot of the chat first, then I will just put us into a shorter sprint. But we'll see how that goes. But I want to say that now because if you hear the phone ring, I've got to answer it because they're calling me back. We already went through this, the office and I, but then in the middle of our phone call, we hung up and then they didn't call me back. So now I'm back in the queue. Anyway, how did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. I started listening to my audiobook. I got about 30 minutes of it done because then my dad called. And so I talked to my dad. And then while I was talking to my dad, the doctor's office called back. And then I talked to them and then they hung up. And then I was waiting for them to call and trying to call them back. And then I went back to my audiobook. But despite that, I have all my clothes packed and folded, all my clothes. I think it's all the clothes that I'm gonna bring. Um, so those are all set, and I actually was able to get them into the amount of suitcase I wanted it to take up, which is why I think I'm feeling like I must be missing something. But I have that packed. So the next time I get back to work, I'm gonna have to pack all my toiletries that like are personal items that I'm using versus all the toiletries that I think we're just taking. And, I have my books packed that I'm bringing with me, and I think that's gonna be like clothes where I'm like, I'm forgetting something. And, gosh, surely there's more than that that I need to pack. I need more than clothes and books, right? No, not really. Like, as soon as I said that out loud, no, that's really all I need. But, I guess I'll have to start preparing, like, non-clothing item. Oh, like the stuff that I need to, like, film. Anyway, okay, I'm thinking out loud now. So that's what I'm gonna do, but this next sprint, I'm just gonna read. So what did you guys get up to? When we left off, Ulysses wasn't feeling well, and, Ricardo was saying, "We love a nap sprint," which is so true. And, Jackie's autocorrect was going wild. Mine is like that too, Jackie, so don't feel bad. And Ulysses says, "Yes, we do, Ricardo." And, thought that soldier sailor was more interesting if you were a mother. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I can definitely see that, where if it's from a mom's perspective or about mothers or something like that. Jackie said, "It's fun though. I loved everything else about him so far. I'd be curious if I followed her list. So yes, I'd be interested in that on YouTube." Um, and this was back in regards to just oh, I was trying to back it up and it backed it up way too far. Okay, now I've lost the comments. We were talking about the Hand of Ethelberta. Berth Wow, that name's not gonna come out. Thomas Hardy's book, and you loved everything else about Hardy, but you'd be curious if you followed the booktubers list. Yeah, yeah, I still can't think of what her name is. I think I have the list somewhere. I'll have to look for it, but I think I searched for her by, like, Thomas Hardy reading list on YouTube. I'll star your comment so I can remind myself to try and find that. And your cat is driving you crazy? What did Nemo do now? Oh no, he's found the treats. Yikes. He knows where they are now. And now that I'm like every good cat, that's all he wants, right? And good morning, Kathy. How are you? Today is more productivity day than reading. Yep, I have a mix of that too. Made all the medical appointments, monthly planning, cleaning, and working on your business before you go into work at 3 today. Ooh, you got your work cut out for you. And then you got to work. So good luck with all that. I hope you get it all done. And Stacy and Steph, hello. How are you? Happy Monday to you. Working today and just scheduled your Wednesday weekly sprints. Yay. Glad to have you here. I'm always glad when I'm able to catch your sprints. And my schedule has been so all over the place the last couple of weeks with graduation and getting ready to move that I really haven't been able to go to other people's sprints like I used to. So I'm really missing that. So I'm hoping as things calm down over the next week, I'm envisioning lots of sitting outside and sprinting. We'll see if that happens. Good morning, Jaleesa. How are you? Heather says good morning. Good morning, Metzley. How's your day going? What are you up to today, ladies? Let me know. Jaleesa says hello, and the hellos are going round. Hellos to Mary. How are you today? I hope you are all doing well. Thanks for joining. Jackie is about 2% more read, and you were on vacation last week, so you're catching up on the volume of email at work. Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, the work email when you get back. And Mary says, The Phantom Toll Booth, Metamorphosis, and the Heart of Darkness. Will you do read alongs for these? I will absolutely positively do a read along for the Phantom Toll Booth. Let's do that, Mary. I love that idea. And the Metamorphosis, sure. I've never read it. Sounds good. Heart of Darkness. I mean, on the one hand, that would probably be the only way I read it again. On the other hand, that might just be one big DNF party, Mary. I got to think about that one. The Heart of Darkness is, oh, you guys might not ever want to do a read along with me again if that's the one you do. Let me think about the last one. But the first two, I will definitely do. In fact, the Phantom Tollbooth spoiler is one of the few books that I'm bringing with me when I move, even though I just read it recently. That's how much I like that book. You wrote them down, but it didn't say why. Because they're, except for that last one, all really good books. That's why. And Heather made it another 10% through the Chain Gang, hoping you can get to 50% before heading to bed. Very nice. I hope you get there as well. Mary, I can say, going back to your comment, that I know the Phantom Toll Booth and Heart of Darkness came up because at one point I was talking about the three books that I've read the most in my life. And it was the Phantom Toll Booth, Heart of Darkness, and Things Fall Apart. So I do feel like I should do read-alongs for them so that you can see love, mixed feelings about the third one. Oh gosh, I don't know, Mary. What are you asking? I don't know if you know what you're asking. And Christina, so we talked to his English teacher and she's accepting his research paper. Yay! And he finished his English exam. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. Oh, I'm so glad, Christina. And glad for him especially. And Denise read 22 pages. I'm page 237, leaving to go to the dentist soon. Ooh, I have to do that tomorrow. And we'll leave you up and check back when you get home. Sounds good. Have a wonderful appointment. And Christina's saying good morning. And Thomas Hardy, yeah, sorry. Like I knew that and I was trying to think. I couldn't remember what book you were reading, and then the comments went wild. And more hellos. And Jackie says, You said you had a person that you watched. Yeah, I was struggling to put it all together. Could you tell? That didn't help. The comments didn't help. Do I use a Kindle or carry physical books? So I am carrying physical books with me, but I also own a Kindle. So I will also be bringing my Kindle, but I prefer physical books. So the physical books that I really want to read, like in the next month or two, basically over the summer, I am bringing with me, but I do plan on using my Kindle at one point or at some point. And yes, Soldier Sailor immediately spoke to me as a mother, especially experiencing the baby blues. True, true, true. And Marie, hello, welcome. Was that Jen the librarian? No, though she also does an order. She may have, in fact, been the person who mentioned the other person. I will look it up for you guys. I promise. I will look it up for you. But Jen the librarian, she talks about every single Thomas Hardy novel if you want somebody like that. So she does have, I think she made it into a playlist, but she has videos on all of him. They're all great. She talks about her ones that she likes and doesn't, and she ranks them in order of her most favorite to least favorite. So she's a great resource for that. And thank you for commenting. Nice to have you here. And Ricardo, there was a booktuber you followed who did a Thomas Hardy video on how to read him. She sadly passed away. Oh, are you talking about Jen? But her channel and videos are still, yeah, Jennifer Brooks. Yep. Yep. She also was a big Thomas Hardy fan. She also talked about him a lot, and it was very sad. She passed away unexpectedly at the end of last year, beginning of this year. Metzley made it to 50% of the anomaly, and you'll be listening to it while you work on some school stuff. Nice. I don't know how you guys separate your brains like that. I cannot do that. Or I can do very, very minimal other like thinking, writing, working stuff while listening to an audiobook. Jaleesa, how I am. My feet and ankles hurt. Oh no. Oh, from the graduation party. Yeah, you've been going to a lot and you're working and trying to organize your Libby tags. Nice. And you're a month behind in tagging new releases. Oh no. Okay, well, hopefully you'll catch up, be able to put your feet up and rest, and that they'll feel better. Yeah, and you're have you read Heart of Darkness, Jaleesa? Is that why you're a no for it? Let me know. Oh my gosh, yes, The Phantom Tollbooth, guys. Amazing, amazing, amazing book. Maybe that will have to be the next one because I like, as a child, I was a Phantom Tollbooth addict. Like, I would read it and then I would be like, "Wow, I should read something else." And I'd maybe read another book or 2, and then at the second I was like, "I don't know what to read next," I'd read The Phantom Tollbooth again. I honestly have no idea how often I've read that book, and I just read it last month, and I could read it again tomorrow. Like, I love that book, and the audiobook for it is really fun too. Heather, first things fall apart, and now the Phantom Tollbooth. I'm getting a blast to the past of when I was in middle school, high school. Yeah, totally, totally, totally. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. You might be on your own, Mary. Like I picked it up and tried to read it recently, and I was like, no, why am I going to do this to myself? Now, that said, I did mention in a video recently that I DNF'd it, and I was like, no, I don't think I'm ever going to read this book again. And my son picked it up and he loved it for all the reasons I don't. So mileage can vary. You can read them all on your own. Now I know why you wrote them down. You're most read. Oh, you will not be reading The Phantom Tollbooth on your own, Mary. Like that is one that we need to read for sure. So let me think about a date, Mary, and we'll do that one. We will definitely do The Phantom Tollbooth because Chef's Kiss, I love that book. And I didn't read the physical copy of it the last time, and, like, partway through, I was regretting that because there's illustrations. And hello, Lachette, how are you? Welcome, welcome. How are you today? What are you up to? And Alex says, "Yes, The Phantom Tollbooth." Yeah, because I think you were reading it at the same time I was, weren't you? Or maybe we were just talking about it. Ricardo worked on the vlog, nice, and started your story, great. But you're not feeling how you started it. Oh no, so you'll think you already read it. Well, it's part of the process, right? And was it Scott from Gunpowder Fiction and Plot? He does Misery May, and one was a Thomas Hardy book. No, it was definitely a female. I promise, guys. I will get you the link. I will get you the link. And Jaleesa, yes, you've read Heart of Darkness and disliked it with the strongest passion. You had to read it in high school. I think it's torturous that they read it in high school. But I will tell you that the funny story for me was that in high school, if you took AP Lit, or we also had what was called Supa Lit, um, you read the Heart of Darkness, and everybody was like, that was the hardest part of the class. Well, I knew where I wanted to go to college. I knew what was required for me to get in, and I did not have to take AP Lit. I intentionally took the lowest level English class I could get into that year so that I would not have to read the Heart of Darkness. Then I went to college and switched my major to an English major. And what did I proceed to read every single semester until I graduated? Didn't matter what class I took, The Heart of Darkness. I was like, what kind of sick joke is this? Hey, Shamika, good morning. How are you? Just reading The Foxwife. Yeah, how are you liking it? I know you've been reading that for a little bit. Have I read Crime and Punishment? I have not read it, and I do own it, and I do own it in the translation I want to read it in. And yeah, I've got to get to Dostoevsky at some point. The only book by him that I have read that I can think of is Notes from Underground, which I also want to reread. Because I read that, I swear, in, like, middle school, which I'm like, "What did I even understand of that book? Probably nothing." So if you read it before I get to it, Shamika, let me know how you like it. Alex, saw that I mentioned The Phantom Tollbooth as something you were gonna read soon, but then you read it before you could call Barnacle. I love that, before you could call Barnacle. We can call Phantom Tollbooth. So, yeah, I'm gonna set up a date for that, guys. We're gonna do it. Probably I could probably do that in the next couple weeks. I'll have to look at my schedule. Metzley actually needs noise to actually focus on something and can't focus when everything is quiet. My son's like that too, Metzley. So like we were reading the other day, he was reading. I was like, what is happening? And there was like rock music that he had on. Like I can listen to maybe like classical music in the background very softly. No, it was a whole rock concert in there. And Mary's game on the Phantom Tollbooth read along. Oh, it's happening, guys. Alex says, so I still need to read. I'm sure you read it as a kid. Definitely watched the movie in school or on one of those big TV VCR carts on a substitute teacher day. Yes, yes. They did not show that movie often enough, in my opinion. In fact, I still need to rewatch the movie. And Lachette, you recovering from the retreat you attended. Finally fully awake for the day. Wow, that sounds exhausting to be called a retreat. I hope it was good, and I'm glad that you're starting to get rest. Ricardo says in Spain, you can't choose the subjects you take, or you can in very few cases, but the important subjects like literature and such you had to take. Yeah, yeah. We didn't get to really choose which classes we were going to take, but depending on what type of diploma you wanted, you could choose the difficulty level of most of your classes. That was just in my high school. Like it varies from school to school. And you hated the books that you read for a lit class. Yeah, I was not a big fan in high school. There were quite a few Catcher in the Rye that I was like, why are we reading this? And I didn't like. I did like the things we carried, though. That was one of the few. Ricardo, now they are some of your favorites, but you hated them when you were 17. Yeah, sometimes I think some of the books that are chosen, at least here for high school, I don't know that high school me was ready for. And others, I just feel like the way they were presented and we were force read them was also just not conducive to the books. Bless your heart with all you have going on. I love the thought of another read along. I do too. Like they're so much fun. Let's not pretend. I think the major thing that will determine whether it happens in a couple of weeks or if I have to push it off to July will just be the setup of where we're going to. So we are house sitting for a couple of weeks before we move to our more longer term housing. Um, and I don't know how the Wi-Fi and all that where we're house sitting is going to work out as well as where I'm going to be able to sit. So that will be part of that. And Metzley says I do that. Yeah. Jaleesa, oh my gosh, that's mind-numbing, Nicole. Heart of Darkness is a short book, but it's hard to get lost in the story. It is, Jaleesa. Like when I picked up my son's book, which is like a fairly thick copy, it's probably looks like it's about this thick. I was like, okay, I can do this. I've got this. And then I looked and I was like, oh, this is a bind up of a couple of stories. And then I realized that Heart of Darkness is only 90 pages long. I was like, this is a lie. That book felt like it was a 500-page read. It was the longest 90 pages of my life. I'm sure of that. And Lachette says, somehow I escaped reading any of these in schools. You were lucky. You were lucky. Angela, looks like you need to add another book to your Amazon cart. Sorry, not sorry. It's amazing. Metzley, I listen to music in a different language of the one I'm reading in. Ooh, that's a good idea. No, no, that still doesn't work for me because he listens to a lot of merengue. So, and I don't speak Spanish. So, yeah. It was a sick joke, Mary. Like, I feel like somebody in the universe was laughing at me for sure. And Tammy, I've never read the Phantom Tollbooth. Oh, guys, yeah, we definitely have to do this. I will be picking a date and announcing that soon because best book ever. And Luciette says, I only remember things fall apart being assigned, but at the time I had a choice between that and something else, and you chose the something else. Fair. I don't know if I would have liked the book in high school. And in fact, it really took quite a bit of college for it to grow on me, because I think the first time I read it, I was like reading 5 million other books at the same time for college. And I was like, I don't have time to focus on this. And Jaleesa says, hey, Lachette, consider yourself lucky. Yup. took AP English and they made a point of only choosing classics. Yeah, which can be torture if that's not your thing. And Ricardo here, they were almost all of them about the Spanish Civil War, and you were like, "Really? Isn't history class enough? I wanted some fantasy or something." I know they never do that. Jaleesa says, "Sometimes I go back and read my annotations for the books my parents didn't donate, and I cannot believe my thoughts. Believe I had any thoughts to contribute." Yeah, I wish I had kept all mine from high school because I'd be so curious. Heather, a lot of my English teachers weren't great at getting everyone excited about the books. I feel like that's true, except for one, and she is the sole reason you love The Great Gatsby, which I did not like, probably because I had one of those other teachers. And read The Grapes of Wrath for freshman English. Teacher was not impressed when you called it a retelling of the Exodus. That's interesting because I feel like Steinbeck does do a lot of biblical references. I haven't read The Grapes of Wrath, but huh. Hmm. Suspicious of that, and Melinda says, "Good morning. Good morning, Melinda. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I've been enjoying watching your videos." Heather says, "University lit classes were amazing and almost switched to an English major. Yeah, they got me." Ricardo, I hear you, Heather. I had a teacher who knew exactly what we would enjoy, but right before going to college, she retired. Oh, and then the assigned books were horrible. That's awful. Bait and switch there. Hello, Jasper. How are you? You're going to have an overwhelming day at work today. Oh no, your pain is flaring up. Okay, yes, let's relax and read. Let's get into another sprint here so you can do that. And Mary says to Lisa, "I go through my study Bible, 20 years old, and wonder if you thought." Yeah, I'm guessing you wondered at your thoughts. Yeah, I would definitely too if I was going through mine at that age. And Alex says, "I read a book to my kids, PS B11, and it mentions things fall apart, but the mother specifically told her daughter not to read it too early or she wouldn't get enough out of it." Words of wisdom there. And Lachette says, "I had plenty of classics, just not any of these." Okay, fair. And Jaleesa says to Mary, "Me too. I have notes in the Bible given to me after baptism, and it's like somebody else wrote the notes in the margin." Yeah, I feel like that of a lot of things and books and stuff that I'm like, did I read or think back then? Like, I feel like I have a different brain, which we kind of sort of do. Any book is open to interpretation, true. And Jasper says, "I will die on this hill because Hamlet and Macbeth are classics doesn't mean every Shakespeare play is a masterpiece." Being forced to read The Taming of the Shrew, a comedy about domestic violence. Right, yes. No, I remember when I first read that, I was like because everybody else was enjoying it, I was like, What? Do you guys" like, to me, this seems super abusive and not funny. But, it's a comedy. I didn't think it was funny. Alright, last 2 comments, and then we're going to spread. Heather says, "Haha, a lot of people don't like Gatsby, but my teacher did an amazing job at helping us to see all the symbolism and hidden messages. You nerd out over the American dream and old money versus new money." Yeah, I really want to read it again because that goes back to the how do I feel about it now? And Lachette enjoyed English lit classes for the most part, tended to enjoy the books when most others hate them. My one exception was Ethan Frome, which you still hate to this day. I'm actually the opposite on that book. I hated it back when I first saw the movie and I was like, this is weird and boring and da da da. I read it this past year with my son, and I'm not gonna say I loved the book, but I was like, dude, this guy is creepy. But I loved her writing, and I loved the fact that she was able to make him that ick for me. But the book, I'm like, I'll read something else by Warren. That's not gonna become a fan favorite. Where you're like, you're an amazing playwright, but you're also writing about, hmm, yeah, questionable things. Anyway, okay. We've gone on this break much longer than I intended. We will get back to the comments after this sprint. Happy reading or productivity, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome, welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? Mine was unnecessarily exciting. And I will say again that just a warning, if my phone rings, it is a phone call that I will need to take. And so I'll have to throw us back into a short sprint. Sorry, my cell phone's making a lot of noise. Anyway, yeah, my sprint went well. I swear I had the ringer off. um, I only got 10 pages read because I read some, and then my husband came upstairs and was like, "Hey, I have some room in this box of books that I'm shipping to where we're going. Do you want to throw any more books in it?" And I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "Okay, I'm leaving the house in 10 minutes." Not fair, guys. Not fair. So I had 10 minutes to choose like about 10 books that I wanted to bring with me. And these are books that I won't see for about a month, um, but I will get back to me much sooner than everything else that's going in storage. It was a it was a task. Let me tell you. I'll share in a bit what I ended up packing. I took pictures so I could tell you guys. Anyway, when we left off, um, Lachette was talking about her lit class that she enjoyed. Mary was saying that the Phantom Tollbooth is on Libby and audio is 4 hours. Yeah, it's a very short book. Yep, and that's how I listened to it. Ricardo, the last book I read was a secondhand classic, and the girl before me wrote over the text. What? How is that helpful to anyone, including her? And Jasper says the woman in the shrew and her husband tames her. Yeah, it's so uncomfortable being a young woman in that class. I agree. I don't know what people were thinking with that. And you love Ethan Frome, yeah, it's it mile may vary. Like, I don't dislike it, I just dislike him, and so then I'm like, "Ah," but I like virtually everything else about what she did in the book. And, is asking Heather if, Heather had read Trust, and Heather says, she has not, but it's on her TBR and wanted to know if it was good. Jasper cried at the end of Mice and Men. Oh, your little brother has Ellen. Oh, yeah. So the disabled rep, even if it wasn't always good, was important. And I got so angry at the end. I know. Yeah. Yeah. No, I recently read it or reread it. I still don't remember whether I've ever read it before, but I recently read it. And, yeah, there's so many things about that book that are, like, frustrating and heartbreaking, and that ending is all all the things. Coda, good morning, how are you doing? Good to see you. You watering before joining and listen to a short story, Big Bad by Chandler Morrison. Ooh, and it was good. Sounds good. Well, nice to see you and glad to have you here. And yeah, Mice of Men is good, absolutely. And hellos to Coda. And Lachette says, "It's so boring, but I will say her writing was atmospheric." This is Ethan From, because I felt cold the entire time. Yeah, no, I agree. Super, super atmospheric. Like, that was one of the things that I really liked about it. And I read it in like fall or winter time, and I was like, I need to read this book in summer to like cool me down. So I totally agree with you there. And hellos to everyone. And hello, Alicia. How are you? Just joining, doing summer workbooks with the kiddos. Nice. And trying to finish Scarred. Ooh, 235 out of 382. Ooh, so you're close. And about 148 pages left. Nice. And Jaleesa says hello to Coda and that she enjoyed Dead Inside and tried to find Big Bad, but don't see it. Is it part of a short story collection or anthology? Good question. And then here was my cry for help. Like, what do I do? What do I choose? And Amberly, good morning. How are you? Reading The Lonesome Crown. Ooh, starting to feel a bit like you will always be reading this book. Oh, 785 out of 1,052. Okay, yeah, you can do it. Let's make some dents in that. And Ricardo gave the advice that he thinks I should do a mix of authors that I know I can trust and then authors I haven't read. Yep. And Atia agreed with him. And that was really helpful, guys. So thanks for that. It did make me reconsider some of the ones that I had put in there. Amber Lee says, "Do I have anthologies?" I did see this as well. I I have, like, some short story collections, but because I just finished The Arabian Nights, I did not wanna go back into another short story collection, and other than that, I don't have any anthologies that would be a mix of authors, but I thought that was a really good suggestion. And do half new authors, half ones I like. Yep. So I did make sure to include some authors that I like. The trick was I was trying not to include things that I knew I would be able to get at the library or find very easily, potentially even in a little free library. So I actually didn't do any Dickens. I did do Tolstoy and I did Wilkie Collins, but I only did books of theirs that I've never seen like on shelves, even in stores. So for Tolstoy, I did Resurrection, and I also did, I have a collection of his short stories that was a market paperback size. So I was able to fit it in this like little square, like corner that I had. I'll post on my community page the picture of the packed box so you can see. And then for Wilkie Collins, I did Basil, or Basil, as most people would say, because that is not a book that I've seen at libraries or on bookstore shelves, even new or anything like that. I did try and go for a mix of length, yes. So thank you guys for all these recommendations, and everybody's saying hi to Coda. And then let's see. Okay, so I'll share with you. Oh, my phone has to finish turning on because it's like a 3-minute process, I swear. And then I'll share with you the books that I packed. And Coda says to Jaleesa, it's part of the Creature Feature collection on Amazon. Okay. You bought it a while back for a book or two on Kindle, and it came with a free audio. That's a nice deal. Just kidding. It's Chandler Baker. Oh, I think I'm gonna find my Audible review and edit that too. Oh my gosh. We'll be reading more Baker. Sounds good. And more hellos. And yes, Christina, I know the pressure. I was like, my husband finally came upstairs when I was like, okay, I'm done. And he saw me and he was like, oh, sorry, didn't mean to stress you out. And I was like, you can't do that to like a bookish person. You have like 10 minutes to choose what books you want for the rest of the summer. Like, somebody make a challenge video out of that and do it. And you'll be in the same panic and, like, lock the rest of your books away so you can't access them. And Alicia is saying hello, more hellos going around. "Oh, I'm glad you like the alarm." Yeah, that's the lo-fi alarm. Ah, here's my call. Okay, back to a sprint. I'll set us up. Sorry. Welcome back. How was that sprint for you? I just realized you guys can see my lunch there. My little pizza slice is cooling. Anyway, how did that sprint go for you? Mine went really well. I'm sorry for the interruption. And it's probably going to happen again because the phone hung up on us again. I don't know what's going on with their phone, and it's definitely their phone, not mine, but it keeps hanging up on me. And then they have this whole system where then you get queued up and he said when he tried calling back, but that my line was busy, I'm pretty sure it's their phone. But once I get through again, the first thing I'm going to be like is, here's the phone number to call so that I don't have to keep going through this. Anyway, I got a lot done. I packed some of just my stuff, and sorted through some papers to figure out like what paperwork and planning stuff and that kind of thing I needed to take with me. So on this next sprint, oh, on the next sprint, I'm just reading, so that's easy. But I did listen to my audiobook, Hidden Valley Road, and despite the number of interruptions, I actually finished it. So yeah, so I'm gonna have to sit and think about probably on the next sprint what I would rate this book. I have to like gather all my thoughts about it because it ended what felt like very abruptly. And I was like, oh, that was the last chapter. Okay. I'm sure you've all had those experiences. I'm literally just waiting for Murphy's Law and for this phone to ring. If it rings again before we're like, have had our normal at least 15 minutes of chat, then I will make the next one a shorter sprint so that hopefully we can get back to talking, but we'll see. Anyway, when we left off, Ricardo was talking about how peaceful the alarm is, and you can't have any. You said you didn't want any. He thought I said bruschetta, not frischetta pizza. Regretting choices. Anyway, there's other food to eat. No one's starving in this house. Heather ended up having some late night ramen, so only read about 3%. I have 10% more until you're halfway through. Oh no. But I almost had ramen. That sounds good. Ricardo's sprint, this was the last sprint, was great. Decided to keep the beginning and you started to write and you're happy with the end result. Ooh, yay. Sorry. And you helped your dad make cake. Ooh, what kind of cake? And now you're writing chapter two. Wow, that's fast. Good job. I think I got to 64%. These are all during the sprint before this one. And Chin's last chance and read some monstrous. Lisa's enjoying new read, Open Water. Ooh, I've heard good things about that. Coda's going to pause the chatty bit. You're on hold with unemployment, and you don't think they're answering anytime soon. You were on hold with me, Coda. We were on hold together. And why are some things going with you and some things will be in storage? Good question, Tammy. So, my moving situation is that we are, I mentioned first, house sitting for our neighbors for 3 weeks. Our stuff is getting moved out and put into storage because we are waiting to sell our house that we are currently in before we buy a home where we're moving to. And so we are going to be in temporary housing in our new location. Um, which is out of state from where we currently live. So we will be in temporary housing potentially for 4 to 5 months. And it was easier for us to find short term furnished housing than it was for us to find short term unfurnished housing and have to move twice and da da da. So our stuff is being stored while we move and temporarily live somewhere, sell the house that I'm currently in, and then buy a new house there. And once we've bought the house there, then we'll get all our stuff out of storage. It's being stored with the moving company. So they're just putting it in crates and keeping it here in the state we're in. And they will just hold on to it until we tell them we want our stuff back, which we'll see. I feel like I'm going to crack. Like, I feel like I'm going to be there in a month and be like, I can't do it. That's it. We're renting. Forget buying a house. We'll see. Ricardo says goodbye to Coda. Jaleesa, no wonder you couldn't find Big Bad. Yeah, the name. And Heather says, oh my gosh, Open Water is such a beautiful book. So short, but so rich in writing and full of such deep sadness and emotion. Ooh, sounds extra good. And Alicia says, I finished the workbooks with the kiddos, and you're currently reading 252 out of 382, and you're probably further along now. Jackie made it 5% and grabbed lunch. Jaleesa made lunch. Yeah, it was a lunch sprint for a lot of people. Christina made lunch for the kiddos and sent hubby off. Ricardo, all my strength and best wishes to those of you who are parents. The other day you had to watch over a friend's kid, and your idea of not having kids just grew bigger. It depends. It's like you get to ease into it as parents. They start out, young and helpless, but sleeping a lot, and then they become more independent, but mouthy, and you get to grow with them as a parent. Like, that's one of the things I don't think people, like, appreciate is having children, even though they're there 24/7, isn't like having your nephew who, like, comes to you all of a sudden at some crazy age. Uh, Heather says to Ricardo, I feel you there. Yeah, though it's still a choice, you got to do what you think is right for you. Metzley's a babysitter, and every time I take care of them, you have the same thought. Yeah, babysitting, if everybody had to babysit on a regular basis, I think the world population would go down. Some people would have all the children, and the rest of us would be like, questioning this. And Lisa says, "Yes, Heather, it's beautiful. I went into it blind, so happy you did, and didn't realize it was so short." Ooh, sounds good. I've seen a lot of like positive people's like I've seen people positively rather mention open water, so I'm interested in it. And Christina says hello, and yay for having books for the summer. You should do a short of your picking books or which ones you picked. It was too quick for that. It was way too quick to even do a short. I did post on my community page. I did a post with 3 pictures of the books that I quickly shoved in there. There was no time for a short. I also need to watch a video, ironically, or a short on how to make shorts. I feel like it would be super easy and that I'd like doing that, but I don't know how to. Sad panda. And Ricardo, I felt the same way when I was young, and then at about the age of 28, something changed. Probably the hormones. That's usually what it is. And I guess it was love finding the right person. Oh, that's true. I like that answer better, Lisa. And Ricardo, I won't have a problem if the time comes, but I've never wanted kids. I don't even want a partner. Well, there you go. Independence is a good thing. And Coda catching up on the chat. Call with employment went well. Yay. Got your issue fixed. Nice. No worries. Excellent. Your call went better than my call, Coda. Heather said it's good to hear that. And that was quick. You mostly missed the quick to sprint. Yeah, you didn't miss much. It was back into the sprint. Yay, Coda. Yes, yes. Yeah, you did not miss a ton at all. You missed the flash in a pan. And hello, Jessica. How are you? Good morning to you. And it's just 6 a.m. here. Yeah, I was going to say you're up early. And the cats woke up. Oh, and so did you. Yes, going to use this time to read some more of Evelyn Hugo. Nice. Let me know how you're enjoying it. And Laura's back, yay! And you're reading Gideon the Ninth. Oh, and it's hilarious. Yes, I have heard it's funny. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Laura. And yeah, Gideon is so fun. The whole series is great, and I hope you enjoy it if you continue, though Harrow is rough getting through the first half. Oh, interesting. And Ricardo spent the entire sprint cooking with your dad. Oh, you still haven't told me what you're making. Of course, I only just asked. Christina did the superhero pose with your son and got him on his history exam, made the bed, got dressed, read one chapter. Ooh, you did it all. Good job. And Metzley, 66% into the book. Oh, and you're so confused. Ooh, what's going on? What are you confused about? Sounds like a great time. It does sound fun. I want to cook with Ricardo and his dad. You finished the cake and started making dinner. Oh, what are you making for dinner now? And Alex is in the middle of chapter 17, and you have feelings. Yeah. Oh, you'll continue to have more and more feelings, Alex. Let me know when you update Storygraph again. And Nikia, hello, how are you? How are you doing today? And I'm happy to have you here as well. You're reading June 1st. I'm not familiar with that one. Women Issues had you without energy until noon today. Yeah, I hear you there. I have the same thing. Yeah. Heather got to 47% in Chain Gang, might fall asleep trying to get to 50. Oh no. Hopefully something like exciting will happen that will like wake you back up so you can finish or whatever. I thought my phone was flashing saying it was calling. Amber Lee got up to 810. I was about to say 810%. Oh my gosh, guys. Denise is back from the dentist. Welcome back. Picked up your granddaughter, and you're both reading for Tar. Oh, she's participating too. How fun. Only 3 pages read. Well, that's okay. It's 3 pages further along. Oh, and you're making a custard and cookies cake. Ooh. Is it like tiramisu? Like the Italian tiramisu? That's what it reminds me of. And you usually don't like stuff that's too sweet, but you can handle it with this cake. Nice. And if you make it, you can make it as sweet or not as you want. And Alicia says, got some lunch with the kiddos, finished their workbooks, and currently at 272 out of 382. Ooh, coming along. This is now on this past sprint. And Laura says, good to know, Heather. You have the feeling you will be continuing the series. You've read 17% and already obsessed. Yes. Do it, Laura. Do it. And Nakia says, yay, for Before I Let Go. How are you liking it? If you want someone to talk about it, she's there for you. And Alex says, people assume I like kids because I have kids. Not true, let me tell you. I like my kids. So true. So true. I can relate to that. My favorite kid is my one kid. Just one. Alicia says, hello, Christina. I missed your comment. And hi, Paula. How are you? How are you doing? Oh, you're probably already on your sprint. Paula's sprinting right now, or is it 2:30? Why do I never remember this, even though it's like every single week? And Metzley, I think it's because I always go on at 2:30. So, the world revolves around me, therefore, that must be when she starts. Metzley says, I've been babysitting for several years and just one of the kids was well behaved. Oh, goodness, bless your heart. And Heather says, so glad to hear there's a bit of fandom on the series and lots of beautiful artwork to check out too. Oh, I didn't know that. Though maybe avoid for a bit because there's so many spoilers. Okay, that's a good point. Um, and Ricardo doesn't dislike kids, but think they're too much. They can be a lot, but you totally get that when they're your kids all the time. It's much worth it. Yeah. Well, and like I said, your energy level gets up there with your kids, or you just start to fall behind and you're like, I mean, you're always kind of behind the energy level of kids, but you can grow with them a bit. And Coda says, I wrote my reviews for Green Rider and Big Bad, worked out a bit, and now you're having an old man shake. Ah, getting that insure in there. Nice. That's a lot, Coda. You got it all done. Metzley says, I understand when a kid is being a kid, but sorry, there are some kids who are straight up brats. Yeah, that's true. And Laura says, I love when books have artwork. Yeah. And Storygraph updated through chapter 16. Okay, I'll be checking it out. Want to know your thoughts. Ricardo for dinner is making potato salad and pork chops. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, let's go with that. If you're wrong, it still sounds good. It's a cut of pork, right? A chop of pork? Yeah, it's a pork chop. I'm imagining food. So Christina says he does a superhero pose before every test. Oh, about 5 minutes while listening to the Star Wars theme song. I'm gonna have to do that before my next challenging thing. And then he listens to Champion by Carrie Underwood when he finishes. That is such a cool routine. And I don't know if you guys know what Christina's talking about, right? The Superman pose is the one with your hands on your hips, right? Like I can't show it because I'm not standing up, and it would be too much for me to make this a standing up situation. But if you didn't know, there are certain poses that actually, like, I don't even know the reason behind it, but will actually make you feel more powerful or confident or that kind of thing. So I know what you're talking about, Christina. And I think that's so cool. And Metzley, not confused, but needs to know what's happening. Oh, I gotcha. Yep, true. Alex, I'm stopping to comment after each chapter or else they'll all blend together. I did that too. Yeah, I did that too. And Heather's been a teacher for the past 5 years, and you love the kids, but definitely more suited for an auntie cool adult road role compared to a parent. Yeah, those are the best. Jackie had a work call, but you're glad to be back for more reading. I'm glad to have you back for more reading. And it worked. He just finished the history dam. Oh, yay! Major explosions. I would do the fireworks if I had a Mac, but I don't. So, and Shamika loves children, but your teenage nephews are enough for you. They're visiting for the summer, and you had a yeah, yeah, yep. They will do that to you. They will eat and break tomb. What are we talking about? Oh, time. I was like, "What are we talking about, Kiana?" I'm glad you're on break. And Christina said hello to Paula. Ricardo says, same Shmika. I want to be the cool uncle who buys gifts from time to time and will babysit once in a while. Well, I hope you have siblings then and that they have children. And Glitter Fox says, I'm page 243 of loyalty. Not halfway. Good way to go. Okay, okay. Just making dinner. Ooh, what are you having for dinner? And Jaleesa is laughing at Coda and his insure. Hey, it keeps him fit. You know, what can you do? And the grocery bill is no joke. So true. Yeah, and you have mostly or all boys, right, Alex? So yeah, you're in it to win it for that groceries for sure. Jessica, how do you get that straight line as a divider in your titles? Oh, I was like, what titles? Um, it is the button that is over the enter key on the keyboard. Um, and you have to press shift and the button that is directly over the enter button on your keyboard, but it's the one that's like to the right side of the enter button. Let me know if that helped. Ricardo. Coda is saying to Ricardo, I just had my insure. I don't need you making me hungry already. Yeah, good luck with that. And Metzley says, same Shmika. Ricardo Googled it and definitely pork chops. Okay. However, potato salad is what you call Russian salad. Interesting. You think I'm almost sure, positive that it's different than American potato salad because our potato salad, mustard or mayonnaise, let's have that conversation real quick. But in my opinion, lots of mayonnaise. Maybe if you haven't tried this, the sandwich mayonnaise, or you drain and put some of your relish in it, that's also amazing if you guys haven't tried that. But I definitely want some pickles in my potato salad and egg, but that's me. And I like it cold, not hot. I have a lot of demands out of my potato salad. It's got very serious for a moment here. And Metzley says, oh, the Superman pose. Yeah. And Ricardo says, sorry, Coda, you're invited whenever you come to Spain. Yes, we're all going to go to your house to eat whenever we go to Spain, Ricardo. Alex, Star Wars theme is a good one. We blast the Power Rangers theme on the way to the baseball games. Nice. My sister said she wanted some cereal. It was 1:30 a.m. You told her to go to bed. Yeah, exactly. Like, or your daughter, rather. I don't know where I got your sister from. Yeah, like, go to sleep. That'll help. And Metzley says, that's why I don't want kids. I want to spend money on books, not on kids. Yeah, and that will definitely change. There are many versions of potato salad, Russian, Amish, yep, mustard, meh, German, it's good, but warm. Southern, what's the Southern potato salad, Coda? And Mediterranean. I don't know if I've had Mediterranean either. I'm a fan of Amish, and I don't know about that mustard one. Hello, Rachel. How are you? I'm having a great day. How is yours? And Christina wanted to know which directions. She wanted the straight up and down ones, Christina. And hello from to Rachel from Coda. And Jaleesa said, right, wanting to eat just because they're awake. Yeah, exactly. They're just making stuff up. And hellos from Rachel are going round. And Ricardo says, we make it with mayo. Good. But not with mustard. Extra good. And no pickles. That's fine. Although I love pickles. Maybe try it with pickles. You'd be surprised. But make sure your pickles like aren't wet, because then it's just weird. And it mixes poorly with the mayonnaise. Jessica says, "Oh, okay, thank you. I keep seeing them and have FOMO because you didn't know how to do it." I totally get that. I for a while was like, "I like the way that looks. Where is that?" I literally like clicked a whole bunch of things until I found it one day. Kiana hates potato salad. No matter who made it. Ooh, divisive potato salad. And Heather's now craving some Japanese potato salad. Ooh, what's in that? And it's 3 a.m. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't have potato salad then. You might regret that. And Ricardo agrees that you won't eat a potato salad if it's hot or warm. Yeah, exactly. Yep, it's got to be cold. We could be potato salad friends here, Ricardo. And Jessica saying hi. Kia says, get ready for it, Jaleesa. Yeah, it's coming. And Christina is weird about your potato salad too. Yeah, that and coleslaw. Like those are the two things that I'm not gonna like it unless they're just so. Everything else I can enjoy variations. I'll just get a few more comments in. Says Coda's having an Ensure, and I'm over here having a Dairy Queen cherry dilly bar. You can always, follow it up with an Ensure. And Jaleesa, I'm trying. My nerves are already bad just thinking about the cost of everything when the boys get here in about 2 weeks. Oh, that's right, because they're coming. Yeah. Ooh, and Elise's over there ordering some wings. Yum. And more hellos. Coda, I don't know what Southern potato salad is. Google just listed it. You do yours with mustard. Oh, and mayonnaise. Okay, okay, okay. I can get with that. Eggs and yeah, see, you're on the pickle train. Black olives, that's pretty. Yeah, and paprika. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some pepper and bacon. Of course, bacon. Like, yes, bacon. Ulysses on the no, no, no mustard. Yeah, I know. It's questionable. And you like red skins in yours, but you don't like that much dill or too much mustard. So you kind of combine and pick and choose and make your own. Yeah, makes sense. And yeah, I do too. I do too. We all need potato salad now. And Rachel's doing all right, enjoying summer break and the first quiet week of not having to answer emails for the nonprofit you work for. That is a good week and start to summer, I would say. Oh, see, I removed the banner and lost the comment. Mm-mm. Here we go. And you love mustard, just not on potato salad. Same. Uh, and Ricardo does mayo, onion, egg, tuna. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'd have to try it. Red bell peppers and olives. Nice. More hellos. Jaleesa is also picky when it comes to potato salad. You skip it if it's not already on the plate. Yes. No dill. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I do the pickles. That's my dill in there. More hellos and exactly's. Yep. Rachel, but gotta try and get this MS done because it's almost time to go over the cover with your artist. Oh, is that manuscript, by the way? And Jessica, I'll have your potato salad. Yeah, and also have my coleslaw. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Japanese potato salad, mashed potatoes. Oh, mashed potatoes. Interesting. With mayo, salt, pepper, thinly sliced cucumbers, not the huge kind, and carrots. And it's all cooled. I cannot imagine this, but I like Japanese food, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that it's good. And sounds Denise likes Kodas, Ricardo's, y'all Americans add dill to a lot of stuff, and I won't ever get it. It feels like someone kicked me on the tongue. It is strong. It is a strong acidic flavor. Metzley says, Jessica, do you want mine too? I don't like potato salad either. Yeah, you can have it. Oh gosh. And you do yours with all that and mixed veggies. Sounds good, Rachel. Coleslaw is Jaleesa's jam if it isn't too sweet. I don't know. See, I'm on the opposite end, Jaleesa. Like mine doesn't need to be super sweet, but I like it on the sweeter side of coleslaw. And if it's vinegar, no, no, absolutely not. Uh, that potato salad and baked beans is always something I have to taste at a barbecue before you help yourself. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Like all of the barbecue food, I'm like, let me taste all of yours and then decide on quantities. And yours is mayo, green peppers, red peppers, and eggs. Ooh, and bacon. Yeah. I mean, bacon makes everything better. Oh yeah, no, not the Miracle Whip. Yep. Yep. Or put so many onions that it's all you can taste. Yeah, no, that either. Yeah. And tuna and potato salad, no, that goes in the macaroni salad. Oh, I'm not a fan of macaroni salad though. So, sounds delicious, Heather. Yes, and I'm so hungry now. I'm definitely eating my food soon. Ricardo, we add it to pasta salad too. If you don't add it tuna to the potato salad here, people will throw it at your face. They'll be like, "What is this junk?" I love that, Ricardo. Like they won't just not have it; they're gonna throw it at your face. Oh, give me all the potato salads. Ah, we found Jessica's favorite food. And yeah, I'm liking the idea of the Japanese salad. Potato salad, yeah. Yeah, I can't either, Nikia. And Heather says, Coda, it's so good. They actually sell potato salad sandwiches. Oh, see, now I've heard that, but I guess I was picturing my potato salad, which makes no sense. But oh, that sounds so interesting, Heather. Coda loves the dill, puts it on scrambled eggs, omelet, fish. Just punching Ricardo in the face there, Coda. But not too much tuna, that tastes like fish. Yeah, just for a subtle taste of tuna. Hmm. Okay, okay. And the meal has to be homemade. Yeah. Well, the overpowering mayo flavor though is where it's at. Christina's weird about her coleslaw. You like the Marzetti sauce? That one is good. All the food except the Miracle Whip, unless it's on a leftover turkey sandwich. That's true, and I don't know why, but it is. Jaleesa, oh my gosh, me neither. Nicole, macaroni or pasta salad confuses me. Like, why are we doing this? Miracle Whip, oh no. Potato salad is greater than macaroni salad. No to macaroni salad. Oh, these salads. And this may be Kiwi ignorance, but what the heck is Miracle Whip? Oh, okay. I'm gonna assume Coda's explained it, but it's a different type of mayonnaise. It's a not good type. Alex is so mad you're out of mayo right now, and potatoes actually. Not meant to be. That potato salad sandwich would have me curled up in a nap somewhere. True. Yeah, potato salad over the macaroni salad for Heather. Can we just ban Miracle Whip? Yeah. Should only come out at Thanksgiving. Ricardo, pasta with feta cheese, cherry tomatoes. Ooh, yum. Back to visiting Ricardo. Coda likes this tuna salad without potatoes. Same. I just like tuna, like to the point where I have to stop myself. So if I turn up crazy one day, it's the tuna, and I now have mercury poisoning. And you do yours like your potato salad with that dill relish. Oh, well, they'd still be good. Yeah. Metzley, why is there mayo in all of those? We're mayo obsessed over here, at least. Laura, do you talk about books and sprints? No, actually, we talk about food. That is so true. At least in this one. I think it's because it's lunchtime, Laura. I've noticed that that's what often happens when you hit around lunch and dinner time. Like I think we like psych ourselves up for that food. So I'll do a few more food comments and then I'm going to go ahead and get us back into our sprint. Pasta salad is simple. Yes, nice. A ban on the Miracle Whip. And yeah, you're sure it's not. Yeah, it's not going to do it for you, Coda. Amberly, feel like we're in Coda's Wednesday sprint with all this food talk. Yeah, so true. Miracle Whip. Oh, Miracle Whip's getting lashed. It just looks like mayo. Yeah, true. Don't know what Miracle Whip is, but it's not mayo. That's for sure. True. This is the definition. You guys, here's the other explanation. Oh my gosh. It's mayo consistent salad dressing. It tastes sour, like they may have spoiled. So there you guys go. For some reason in America, you can buy Miracle Whip, though none of us are sure why, because it's rare that you meet someone who likes it, and the few people who do feel outcast because they are. Yeah, see, it causes rifts in families. Yeah, there are families divided by this. And yeah, and don't bring something that's made with Miracle Whip to your family celebration. Like it could end relationships. Oh gosh. Mayo is yeah, like butter. Yeah, like butter's nice. Is Miracle Whip more of a southern thing? Mm, I don't know. Ricardo does bring up a lot of food, and we always want to know what it is, so it's all of our faults. And Alex says, "It's bad how fast we go through mayo in my house." Yeah, 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 yeah. It's a condiment. Yeah, yeah. And your dad likes Miracle Whip? Oh, no. Is he banned from the family table or just from cooking, Brennan? Let us know. And Kiana loves mayo too, but your family doesn't understand. Oh my gosh. Yeah, say you. Join the rest of us. Just side on the mayo side. Your auntie, rest in peace, put apples and cut up grapes in her tuna. Yeah, she ate it often. Imagine my summers in the country. I prayed for something different. So hard to hide all that fruit. I mean, I've heard of that, but not like tons of it. Miracle Whip is sweet and tangy. That's very diplomatic way of saying it, Christina. Mayo and tomato on white bread. It's definitely you. Oh my gosh. 3 acceptable topics. Yes, yes. Sweet tangy, so it's sweat, but I don't put it on my sandwich. My gosh, you guys. Tangy and people tend to overuse it. Yes, that's the quickest way to get cussed out. Yeah, and your food not touched. So true, Jaleesa. Yeah, those Jello desserts. Yeah, with the spam and tomatoes and Miracle Whip. Yep, yep. No, Miracle Whip is everywhere. It is the great Miracle Whip debate. And yeah, and Laura, no, you don't need to try it. Nope. Not bringing potato salad if we have a picnic. Oh, yeah, if we have a picnic, Denise, you'll be left your your potato salad would be left out. We're all going to remember that and be like, "No, don't have Denise's. It's got that Miracle Whip in it." Oh gosh, they put it on sandwiches mostly, but yeah, some people put it in the salads. And your cousin used to have Cuban rice, but changed the tomato for mayo, and you grew up hating mayo because of him. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. And you've had it before at stores, but never known anyone to actually buy it, or you've seen it at the stores, yeah. It's, the Latin side of your family that likes the Miracle Whip and the American side that hates it. That's interesting. And Coda, I likes apples and grapes and chicken salad, same. And no mustard in the chicken salad, also same. Strawberries are good. Haven't tried that. And easy on the celery. Yep, yep, yep. Laura, don't do it. Yeah, no, don't, Laura, don't. Uh, Apples and grapes, the chicken salad, don't do tuna though, same. Yes, no sweet, mayo is the only way to go. I love how people are jumping in the comments just to add their mayo thing. Hello, Adrian. Metzley, my grandma used to use so much mayo in food, even the one that did not need mayo. And yeah, we'll try it. That's true. You're gonna yeah, keep it to yourself if you like it though, Coda. Hello, Leslie. How are you? And Brennan said dad can't cook, so he's already banned from cooking like he didn't put salt and pepper in the salmon. Oh, and then he's adding Miracle Whip. Yeah, no, he wouldn't be allowed in the kitchen. Oh, and Metzley started hating mayo when she was 12. Yes, that's right. I forgot, Coda. You have rules against crunchy water. That's right. Christina, don't completely mind Miracle Whip, but have to be in the mood for it, and that mood does not come often. And yeah, I know. And that iceberg. Oh, you like celery on vegetable creams? Yep. Or to saute with to add salt to your food. And Rachel's abuela is the same when it comes to butter and bacon grease. Jackie's mom used Miracle Whip quite a bit until your son was in middle school, and she read Tangy on the front side and called the company to ask them what Tangy is, and she wouldn't buy it anymore. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. And I lost the comments. Hang on. We are into this conversation, but we're gonna go back to reading. Honestly, all of these variations now stay not the Miracle Whip, Laura. Don't be fooled. And your Mayo opinion is a brand called Best Foods. Otherwise, has to be a good garlic aioli. Ooh, yeah. Trying to get to the bottom of these comments. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen, is it, Heather? Iceberg is an abomination, and Coda. Yeah, neither of you do the crunchy water. I do remember that and it's hard not to jump in. I know. It's an important conversation. I know. And before we get into the garlic aioli conversation, oh, sick of the taste of it. Yes. Oh, you're going to write because you don't see your potato salad making it to dinner if you continue reading. Yeah, you won't. You won't. Garlic aioli. Yep. Yeah, me too. And it's the one thing to use mayo to add different kind of flavor, but why overuse it? Because it's so good, Metzley. And I'm gonna end it there because we're gonna just keep talking. And I can't even catch up with the comment to start it, but I'm starving now. Thank you guys. Thank you, everyone. I'm ready for lunch. Too bad there's no mayo or potato salad in my future, but Ricardo, enjoy your potato salad. We'll all be eating it vicariously through you. Happy sprinting, everyone. Sorry. Welcome back. I forgot I muted our timer by accident or something. I don't know, but the timer was muted, so sorry if I scared you. Welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine was good. There's a lot going on here. I'm super frustrated with the ophthalmologist office. So now I'm calling them and their phone line is busy and I think their phone lines have died. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm not getting a call back from them. Anyway, I sat and read Drood some and I needed that. It's getting really exciting. And I'm feeling very good about myself, guys. Like this is considered horror and I'm reading it. Look how far I've gotten. I'm like 120 some odd pages in. And I think my thought was kind of right because I've been thinking about this. I don't think I can do like scary books, but I think I can do horror where it's just gory, so long as the gore in it makes sense. And the gore in this makes sense. Like they're just describing like not even supernatural things that are happening. Like there was a major accident at the beginning of the book, and he's just describing how awful it is. So that doesn't seem to be bothering me. But one of the things that I'm really enjoying about this book is like I get all of the references. Like I'm like, oh, I have that book. Oh, I've read that book. Oh, I know that author. Oh, I know that situation they're talking about. Apparently, I know way too much about Victorian England. But one of the cool things was in the chapter that I was just reading, they're in the sewers and Charles Dickens, because it's Charles Dickens and Wilkie Collins wandering around, if you didn't know. But they're wandering around in the sewers and at one point, Charles Dickens is like, "Oh, I know what this is. This is part of a sewer hunter's contraption." And Wilkie Collins is like, "How do you know that?" And Dickens mentions this book, and he was like, "Oh, haven't you read the book? You know, London Labor and the London Poor." And Wilkie's like, "No." And he was like, "Oh, you should have read it. There was a picture of it in there." And you know what I said? "Oh, really? Is there?" And I went and looked it up, and I found the picture. 'Cause I just happen to have the book. And so here it is. Well, so apparently in the mid to late 1800s, there were sewer hunters who were literally poor people who would go into the sewers and they would have like a sieve that they would sieve through the sewage like you would gold in a gold rush kind of situation. And they would bring a lantern and a shovel. That's this object here. And here's the sieve. And they would sift through the sewage to find, like, all the things that we accidentally dump down drains, which nowadays would be like people's cell phones and watches and rings and anything you've ever lost in the plumbing. Um, which, like, I practically have a phobia of public bathrooms. So the idea of that, ugh, I can't think about it. It's starting to make me gag. Anyway, this is a really cool book. London Labor and London Poor. I haven't read it yet, but Henry Mayhew. Gosh, now I'm thinking I need to bring this book with me. Like, what if he mentions another picture in here? Anyway, how did that sprint go for you guys? I know when we left off, we were still talking about food, and we probably will be still when I read the comments, because I know I didn't finish all the comments. Sorry, I'm just checking this text to make sure it's nothing that's an emergency. All right, let's go to the comments, see how you guys did. Metzley was saying, yeah, mayo, but needing different flavor. Alicia, yeah, we're talking about savory foods. Oh, Alicia, did you start a whole nother conversation about food? Oh, we were still on the garlic aioli, and now you're going to sweet treats? I like all sweets, so I don't know if I can pick just one. Snaps for the garlic aioli. Yeah, totally. And Rachel used to like celery as a snack with peanut butter and cheese, but these days you typically just add it to tuna salad and homemade stews and soups. Same. And Heather says, Ricardo, it actually sounded good to me. I really like tuna. I do too, but yeah. And here's a question, Ricardo, if you're still here and not like eating this delicious food you're talking about. With the tuna, are you talking like chunks of tuna, like you've cooked like a tuna steak, as they call it, and you're chopping that up? Or are you talking about like the canned tuna that we have here, where it's like flaked, already pre-cooked, super dry tuna? Because I just realized I'm thinking of like tuna fish in a can, but you may not necessarily. And Alicia, steak, yeah. Sorry. And Ricardo says, "Don't get me started on peanut butter. I don't get the love." I like peanut butter. I'm not in love with peanut butter, so I'm with you, Ricardo. Lots of laughter going on. And oh yeah, if you're allergic, peanut butter is definitely not happening. And but you also don't like the flavor, probably because you're allergic. Because turns out all the shellfish that I was like, this is okay. I don't get the craze. I was allergic to it. Yeah. And Jessica, you're welcome for making you hungry. And now you're hungry and it's way too early for breakfast. Yeah, and definitely way too early for all the savory food we're talking about, except for garlic aioli, which can also go on everything. And Coda, at a barbecue with my favorite dessert is frog eye salad. What is the frog eye salad? I don't remember, but it sounds familiar. Jello salad is good, too long as it's not one of those nothing with the crunchy water in it. And your absolute favorite sweet is candy. Yeah, candy's pretty satisfying. Oh, the sweet tart chewies are good. If you have not had those, you're missing out. And Jaleesa likes a good old southern tea cake. Tres leches, yep. Creme brulee, nope. Don't like my food tasting burnt. Hummingbird cake. Somebody's mentioned that. What's in the hummingbird cake, Jaleesa? Or key lime? No. Metzley, it's never way too early for breakfast. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a breakfast person all day long. Crunchy water, iceberg lettuce, celery, all those things that are super watery and crunchy and have no flavor. Water chestnuts. The water chestnuts will actually take on the flavor of things. Though celery adds a salty flavor to things, so it's good in soups and stews. And if you chop it up really small, you're not tasting like huge chunks of celery. And Metzli, it's time for breakfast somewhere. Exactly. Ah, Coda's on that key lime pie. No whip, no key lime. I'll just have a whipped cream pie instead. And Jaleesa, yeah, there you go. The crunchy water. Traveling with someone with Alzheimer's is not fun. Oh, I'm sorry, Sue. Oh, right, because you're on your trip now. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you guys make it where you're going okay. And Jessica says, "Ooh, key lime pie." Key lime pie actually my go to before celiacs. Oh, pecan pie. Pecan pie is like too much. I love, 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 love pecans, but the pie part is like way too sweet for me. Also the veins and the white parts of other lettuces like romaine. Yeah, true. Though with your chard, you can cook those stems and then it's not like watery. And broccoli, oh, you wouldn't like it though. I was gonna say broccoli, if you peel it, you can eat the stems, but then it's crunchy water. But it's broccoli flavored crunchy water if you haven't tried that. Pecan pie is the best thing ever? No, it's really not. Now Jessica wants pecan pie. No. HEB in Texas makes a Southern pecan coffee. Now that sounds good. With Cold Stone International Delight brand creamer in it? Wow. I need to try that the next time that I'm there. In HEB, I feel like is in other places now than Texas, though maybe not their that coffee, but yeah. Oh yeah, we tear up some pecan pie from Good Company Barbecue during Christmas. Yeah, I bet you do. And Melinda's back. Yay. So true, Melinda. So true. And Ricardo kept on writing chapter 2, and you think you're going to take a shower during the next sprint. Nice. And very good. 6% more red. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, you didn't? You didn't know? Yeah, it's up there. Come on, Melinda. Like I'm reading it. You knew it had to be long. I mean, okay. Ooh, Black Hills is at the back. I wanted to try out Black Hills. Good to know. It's only like 10 pages at the back of the book. It's technically not a mammoth. It's 771 pages long, but like the print's a nice size. See? Like, that's a really nice size, like, compared to this book. Oh, wow, smacking myself in the face. See? Can you see that? So, I feel like it's a decent size print. Is it 12 point font? Maybe, maybe not. Where did this come from? Anyway, Alicia says that she got a snack. Ooh, strawberry shortcake granola bar. Oh, and now currently sitting at 302 of 382. Ooh, 80 pages left. And just one more, two more sprints, and you'll have finished. And Metzley's at 84%. You need to finish it already. You're coming close. And Christina is 16, chapter 16, and breaking from exams for a bit. Sounds good. Sounds good. Jaleesa made it to 42% before I let go. Still liking it. Nice. You love gore in this house. Yeah, well, this is like, I wouldn't say this is excessively gory. Like, after a while, I'm like, what are you doing? You're now just, this is just a slasher. And I think that's what I can't do. I can't do it when it's just at the point where it's just a slasher and people are just dying and getting cut up for no reason. Like in here, like there's reasons, it makes sense, it's weird and kind of creepy, but not that scary. Elise's Coda would be, I know, I'm so proud of me too. And Everly says made it to page 843, just over 200 more to go. And now it's time to make lunch. Fair. You're getting there, Amberly. You're almost done. Like the 200-page mark, then I just start going, oh, now I'm just at a normal, book length. And Denise read 32 pages. Nice. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I figured you meant more in your books, not in your actual life. And hello, Made with Books. How are you? Oh, I'm braver than you are. You can't do, you know, I usually can't do it either, but I guess maybe Dan Simmons isn't that good at horror because I'm not finding it very horrifying. You read some in the past and won't anymore as you get nightmares. Same, same. Yeah, how was Weinsberg? I remember you were leaving. Oh, 40 pages left. Okay. So when you're done, I wanna know how it goes. Yeah, I'm surprised that I'm handling it. I mean, I'm only like 100 pages into the 700 pages, so maybe something crazy is gonna happen. But like so far, like I said, he's just describing like there was like a whole huge accident that involved like numerous people, and I think he described what happened to like 3 or 4 of them. So, and like a lot of it was just mentioning that they were cut and bleeding and that kind of thing. It wasn't like, I don't know. I don't even know what point you'd have to get to that I'd be like, that's too much. As I'm thinking about it, I really think it's just the random goriness that I don't like when it feels like a slasher movie where like someone's going around and people are just dying and stuff. I think that's what I don't like. Jaleesa, wow, a little like dumpster diving, but more intense. Yeah, it is. Yeah, panning for gold, panning through. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I think Queen Vic was one of those, close off sewers because of how often a child would get washed away and drown. Oh, actually, what they're talking about in the book is that after the year of the Great Stink, how, they had someone who got approved to start trying to build an actual sewer system under London. Because right now, in the book, everything is just going into the Thames, and yeah. And Jaleesa says, "Nah, my nose wouldn't let me go that far." Yeah, no. A sewer, I'm like you. I usually scared to breathe when I'm using a public restroom. Exactly, exactly. You read the question late, but you're not a sweet person, just natural sugar like fruits, that you love sweet drinks. Fair. And you add canned tuna. Okay. However, here it's not dry. Usually it comes with olive oil. Yeah, we have that version too. Ours is either olive oil or water packed, or some sort of oil and water packed. So it's not dry at all. But a lot of ours still taste dry. But I agree, if it's packed in oil, it's usually pretty good. But it's the same texture as cooked tuna. Yeah. That's what I meant by dry. And Vetsley, there are things that you're allergic to, but you like the flavor of. Peanut butter is just not one of them. Fair. And you're allergic to eggplant, Ricardo. Oh, but you love moussaka. That's not good. Oh, see, this is what happened. Last time I turned off the sound so it wouldn't do that, and then I forgot to turn it back on. Hummingbird cake is a spice cake, cinnamon, nutmeg, ooh, and the frosting cream cheese, ooh. So it's almost like a carrot cake, but without the something. Without something. I don't know what that something would be, but Ricardo, yeah, it does sound good, doesn't it? And Kiana is getting Cheesecake Factory and getting the banana cheesecake. Ooh, I don't like cheesecake. I can't do the like super creamy texture for more than a bite or two, but they have a cake called their blackout cake or their Julie's. It's whatever those like super tall chocolate cakes are. They're good. And Alicia's favorite desserts are pumpkin pie, apple pie a la mode, strawberry shortcake, brownie sundaes. Just keep going, Alicia. They're all good. Yeah, it is a big book, but it reads really quickly. Good print size is important. Yup. 700-page book if the print isn't minuscule. I agree. And if the print is minuscule, I would rather they just made the print larger and made it like 1,000-page book. Like, stop with the tiny print. Like, children aren't reading these books. Like older adults who are like need glasses are, or even younger adults who are reading who need glasses. But young children with sharp eagle eyes are not reading these books. Jaleesa, it's really good with tea or coffee to cut the sweetness. Yes, I would totally have that with some coffee. And the cover of my book reminds you of Dracula. Yeah, still have to read that one. So do I. Yep. Oh, you DNF'd it on in November. Oh, well, you can read it this October. With like, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people reading it in October here for Halloween. And Ricardo says, I'm not a coffee drinker, but you'll try it with tea. Yeah, I bet it would be good with tea too. Sounds like it would be to me. Though you hate pineapple. Yeah, you could take the pineapple out or substitute it with another fruit. Rachel, you guys hear about the poo protests going on in France? No. What is that? Do I want to know? Because again, the semi bathroom phobia. The Amber Lee's heard about it. I don't know if I want to hear about it. Ricardo, as a good Spaniard, I do not pay attention to France. Oh no. You love them from a distance. Oh my gosh. Alex doesn't like cheesecake, but it's the best thing in the world. Oh, I don't like cheesecake. Ugh, no, there was a whole cheesecake experience during childhood where my mom figured out how to make mini individual sized cheesecakes. And so, being the wonderful, loving mother that she is, she realized they were very easy to make. My brother and I loved them. She made them every night for us for like a couple of weeks running until we got to the point where I don't think my brother and I ate cheesecake for a few years after that. And it was our fault. Like, we kept asking for them and she kept making them. And we only had one every night for weeks straight. And then we were like, my brother has gone back to eating cheesecake. I'm still like, "Nah, this is a iffy food." Jaleesa, yeah, it's like carrot cake, but no raisins or carrot, right? Your mother used to make carrot cake cupcakes. Oh, and frosting in the middle instead of on top. Ooh. Oh, yes, it was so fun. Oh. Oh, what, Rachel, what is that? Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if I want to know. Dracula is one of those that's hard to get through. Oh, really? You remember reading it in high school just because there are several parts that just lingered in your head? Like, but why though? Interesting. Isn't the whole thing in letters too? It's epistolary, right? Jaleesa just got over the bed bug news. What's that? Don't know. That again might be something I don't want to know. The farmer protests, they're leaving manure at government buildings. Oh, is that the poo protest? Ricardo was loving the story, just forced yourself to be a seasonal reader. Okay, and you're just not. Okay, fair enough. And you should stop and read it during the summer or something, because if you wait until Halloween, you won't. Yeah, true. There you go. So just pick it up when you want. Sounds good. And Rachel, oh, the protest is to demonstrate being against hosting the Olympics. Oh, okay. But the hosting nation gets billions in debts building the stadium and cleaning up, and the tourists make a giant mess. Yep. It's a whole thing. And then you still have the stadium there that may or may not get used. And so the people of France don't want to host the games and have decided that they're going to take a poop in the river. Oh. Oh, gross. Yeah. Well, they could join the poop hunters for sure. And Rachel says, oh, the farmer protest, that's in the Netherlands. Okay. And the protest is pretty much because of money. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, learning a little something. Somebody's at my door. I don't know who. And I wonder if anyone in my household's gonna get the door. Still no one's getting it. I'm on my own here, folks. Anyway, Alex is laughing. Ricardo says maybe they could do it in the president's house instead of the river. But it wasn't their poop. Whose poop was it? The farmers joined in and used to poop with their animals. Oh, okay. I was like, whose poop is it? Okay, that was the end of that sprint, and nobody else is getting to the door, so I need to go and get it. So let me put us back into a sprint here. Sorry, it's a nut house over here today. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, happy sprinting. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? How are you guys doing? So what did I do? I don't even know what I did during that sprint. So I intended to get a different audiobook going, and I thought it was going to be The Vicar of Wakefield, and now I'm second guessing that. I did pack toiletries and that kind of thing and rearrange boxes, and I think we have it down to knowing how many boxes that we need, second guessing that. And yeah, and so I got the toiletry set. I listened to some of the Vicar of Wakefield, and I'm thinking that I don't think that's going to be a good audiobook choice for me. I was finding that it was turning into a nap sprint, and not because it was boring, but I think I was just letting the it become background noise. So that was how my sprint went. What did you guys get up to? When we left off, we were talking about poop. I'd like to say that wasn't true, but it is. And Jaleesa said France also had a bed bug infestation earlier this year. Oh, well, we've already been there and done that. And your friend in Spain at that time, your friend was in Spain at that time and paranoid throughout their entire trip. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Well, just remind him that we have bed bugs here, so we're ahead of the game. Alicia said if it's a marketer, then ask them if they want to buy something instead. I saw that. I was thinking about it, but it wasn't. It was a canvasser. Not as fun to ask if they want to vote for me instead. Well, maybe it would have been. And Rachel says, went from talking about food to talking about poop. Yeah, full circle moments, full circle, circle of life, in and out. Ricardo says we don't have bed bugs in Spain. Lucky you guys, y'all can come here safely. Though we might bring our bed bugs with us. And with this heat, you doubt any bugs can survive. That could be true. You're barely surviving. Oh gosh. Rachel says there's a trick I learned recently to get bed bugs out: ironing the mattress over the fitted sheet. Oh, but doesn't that drive them out of the bed? And then where do they go? Like, what happens after they leave the bed? Like, explain that part to me, Rachel. Metzley says the protest had a quote, which means I will poop. Listen, oh gosh. Oh, well, you got to protest. Protesting can be good. And Jaleesa, yeah, that's what I was telling him, but he was convinced that all of Europe has bed bugs. No, well, I mean, most of the US does now. Rachel, at the same time, you should have to resort to debugging your bed at a hotel after paying for the stay. Yeah, that's the part that I don't like. Is like you couldn't have done this for me. Like you can't just they could, but they don't want to lose the money. And Jaleesa, he still enjoyed his trip. I think what annoyed him the most is when he and his husband would try to go to a restaurant after 7. I think a majority of the spots were closed by then or earlier. Because of the protest? Huh. I never heard of that. Some places just have an early close or curfew. There's a few places in Japan and Korea that do that, usually outside of bigger cities. Yeah, that's true. Farmers use their tractors to take poo from their farms to buildings and the houses of those rich enough to be involved. Ooh, fierce. And Jaleesa, I've never experienced bed bugs, but I've experienced fleas. My first apartment looked clean, but the carpet was full of them. Yes, that can happen. Previous tenant, untreated dogs. It was the worst sleep I ever had. Oh, afraid to go back in after the apartment got the pest control to do some spraying. Oh, you know what? Lesson learned. If you have the time, anytime you move in somewhere, if you know they have dogs, or even if you don't, if you have the time, shampoo the carpets first. That's what gets them out of the carpets, which is the main place that they're going to be living once all the pets and people have left. But yeah, shampoo that carpet before you move your stuff in. But yeah, I'm allergic to fleas. So if they bite, like my dog at one point had fleas. This was back in the day when we still let her sleep on our bed. And it took us, and she was treated, but I think we skipped a treatment and then we must not have treated her again. I don't know what happened, but she got fleas once. And I literally thought I was going insane, guys, because I was like, I'm getting bit. something's biting me. And like my husband's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, it's at night. I wake up and my legs feel itchy. And he was like, maybe you need more lotion. I was like, no, I'm really getting bit. And it wasn't until I had like welts all over my leg that I was like, no, I'm seriously getting bit by something. And he was like, but if it was fleas, why wouldn't I be getting bit? Well, day or two later, he realizes he is getting bit, but he's not allergic to it. So he's not like scratching like the flea-manged person that I was. So, anyway, that's a thing. It's the saliva. Rachel, one of the reasons I reduced carpeting and put in no pet policy to this casita that you rent out is because you go to clean after tenant moves and there's always fleas. Yep, yeah, you got to take that carpeting out. Yeah, that's gross. Even your cows live outside and don't have fleas. Who raised you? Clearly not the cows. It must have been the dogs and the cats. And Jaleesa, we're spoiled. Access to food almost all day because some places stay open until 10 p.m. or later. True. Yeah, that can be hard to adjust to. And Jaleesa, I'd love to rent from you, Rachel. I don't mind pets, but some owners don't do right by them and give them the care they need. So true. I think the US has so many jobs with odd hours, like in construction. Yeah, having a place to eat as a convenience to them became more necessary. That makes a lot of sense, Rachel. I had never thought of that. And Jaleesa had marks on your legs too? Because, yeah, I know they're small, but they like, if you're allergic to them, man, those things can tear you up. Yeah, you're probably allergic like me. If they were tearing you up, because like my husband was like, I don't even, his didn't even itch. I was like, I looked like a person who had fleas. You gotta find, I didn't think about that. Rachel makes sense why the food establishments are open late. Yep. And they are really hard to get out, those fleas. Making sure you don't bring them into my house was just, but I can't ignore it because that's a messed up thing to do to the next renter. Yes, so true. Not a good look for your new tenants. Yeah. Yeah. Like Jaleesa knows. Like, yeah, nobody appreciates that. Hi, Jamie. How are you this afternoon? What are you up to? You're finishing the last 2 hours worth of Dune. Ooh, fun. Hope you're enjoying it. Nani, I am. I'm live every Monday. Glad you can make it. I am moving. I am moving. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you're welcome for giving you the time. But yeah, I am moving. At some point, I will probably have to skip a Monday, but for now, it seems like it's all working out. But there is one Monday in July, and I will warn you, and there'll be posts and blah, blah, blah. There is one Monday in July where instead of going live, I'll probably do a video or something. Um, because there is definitely one Monday where we are driving, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to have the Wi-Fi to be like driving sprint with Nicole. Plus, I'll be driving, so you definitely don't want that. And yes, I am still on. Hi, James. How are you? Hope you're doing well. You're watching Paula's sprints. Tell Paula I said hi. I still need to stop by on my like neighboring sprinty people. I always feel like we're like neighbors sprinting together. And oh, and our chatty bits lineup. Okay, maybe that'll stop happening. And Jessica, ooh, you took a nap sprint. I might do that. And it's not a stupid time. I'm gonna go get breakfast and coffee. All right, sounds good before you start your sprints. Yeah, and Jessica comes on at 5:30, I think. I might just be making everybody a 30-minute time thing. And James, yeah. Ooh, you have 15 minutes left. Did you finish? Are you gonna finish? Did you mute me? Mute me and finish. Christina, I got to chapter 23 or 26. Ooh, you're close too. And Jackie's up to 77%. Everybody's getting there. Yay. And Alex spent that sprint washing dishes and putting some laundry. So you listen to an audiobook. I know, aren't audiobooks great for that? Prologue and first chapter of Empire Falls. Ooh, how are you liking it? Melinda finished reading Love's Labor Lost. Not the best Shakespeare. Not the worst. Okay, fair, fair, fair. You're so good, Melinda, about your like monthly things. What is it? You have like the Shakespeare that you do every month, the Agatha Christie that you do every month. That's so good. I wish I could do that. I like think about stuff like that and it like makes me feel like slumping. I just know it wouldn't work that well for me if I tried that. But I love the fact that you do it. And Alicia, I'm so close to finish. Oh, you're close to finishing too. 20 pages. Amberly, not much reading that sprint, ate lunch and read about 10 pages. Hey, not bad. Read 28 pages for Denise. Oh, you're no longer enjoying it. What happened? I feel like that guy from the ping pong channel. What happened? Have you guys seen that? The guy who does ping pong on YouTube? And he had this one guy for ages who he had played one time and he missed, like the guy who has the channel, missed the ping pong. And the other guy was like, "What happened?" And then he used that forever and it became a meme. And anybody know what I'm talking about? Metzley said you should see the videos. Not if you get grossed out by the poo. Oh, yeah, no, probably not. I'll just take your word for it. Yep, me and you are very much alike. I was losing my mind and woke up with so many bites. Right, exactly. And you knew where every single one was. Yes, Jaleesa, you're allergic. Alex, can you be allergic to gnats? Probably. You get eaten up by gnats, can't stop scratching. Yeah, probably, because I know you can be like allergic to mosquitoes and stuff, and like all those things. If you're allergic to them, you can be really allergic. Hello, Swank. How are you? What are you up to today? Thanks for swinging by. Hello, Teresa. Ooh, a whole bunch of people joined. Just joining because you actually forgot about sprints. That's okay. Maybe that means you were doing something great. You got up and just started your daily routine, and then you went, wait, sprints. Well, I'm glad you remembered, and it's nice to have you here. And I hope your day has gone well so far. And just saw that they announced the Nebula Book Award winners. Ooh, who won? Who won? Tell us, Anne, tell us. And Jaleesa sprint hopped during the last sprint. Nice. Went on a tangent about paranormal activity and Folker from the Appalachian Mountains. I don't know who that is, but sounds interesting. And Atia got to 88%. More progress for everyone. Both Shakespeare and Agatha. That's true. That's true, Melinda. They thank you for making me feel better. They are quick reads, though some people would probably argue about whether or not Shakespeare is. Though you've made me really want to try the what is it, Folgers, the edition of the Shakespeare that you have. It's easier to keep with books and plays that you can read in 1 to 3 days. That's true. That's a fair point. Still not going to try it, but it's a good point. Yeah. Oh, are we making you itchy? Just put some mental calamine lotion on. Oh, folklore. Okay. I totally was not getting that. I was like, is that like some Appalachian version of like the Yeti, but not Bigfoot? Not Sasquatch, but Sasquatch related is the Froker. That's where my mind went. And there are 6 of them. Oh, right, because don't they have like different categories within that? I feel like because there's like the short story version and all those things. I'm gonna have to look it up. Thank you for letting me know, and I appreciate it. Okay, guys, what am I going to do this sprint? Um, I think I'm gonna go read outside. I'm looking like, am I gonna do that? Because it's looking a little overcast. I've gotten virtually everything that I can get done around the house today without like getting more boxes. Because we've realized we need a few more boxes. So I see one right over there, but we need a few more boxes for us to put stuff and to take stuff with us. Um, and then we should be set. So tomorrow we're gonna get the boxes. We're gonna try packing all the rest of the stuff, and then we have tomorrow and Wednesday to actually try and get it into our cars. And we also have to spend tomorrow and Wednesday, like, taking out last minute trash. We still have a whole bunch of chemicals that we have to take to the dump, which can't be done until Wednesday because they only take chemicals on Wednesday. Because, you keep all that house paint that you paint your whole house with and all the extra little trim colors and this and that until you have to move. And then you go, crud, now I have a basement full of paint. That's what's going on over here. But on this next sprint, I think I'm going to take Druid because I finished a chapter in there during the sprint before last, and it was getting really good. And I think I'm going to read outside on this one. And I'm sorry I'm not staying on screen as much, but because we have a lot of boxes and attic and a lot of stuff that's been in our attic, there's a lot of dust in this room that I'm in, and I'm super allergic to it. As in, if I sit anywhere on our first floor, I start getting allergic reactions. So after I sit in this chair for too long right now, so yeah. But let me finish these comments and then we'll go into our sprint. Teresa said, can't remember who we were recommending books to last week. And if she's here, did she try Anomaly? I'm guessing so because someone's reading Anomaly. So outside in the fresh air, I'm going outside in the fresh air. Yeah. Uh huh. And Melinda said, yeah, the Folgers editions. Okay, you tend to listen to the audio while you read, mostly because it helps me know when Shakespeare is making a joke. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I thought about that too, is that his plays would be good on an audiobook. So good to know. We started talking about mimicking spirits because of one, of one scene I remembered when things fall apart. Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely. And Alex is off to a baseball game. All right. Sounds good. Hope you have another good evening and good baseball games. And yeah, Metzley. Okay, yeah, it was Metzley. 15 minutes left. Oh boy. And how familiar do you have to be with Dickens' work to read Drood? Oh, and that is a question. I would say you have to read The Mystery of Edwin Drood for sure, unless you just don't care. But if you think you'll care, read The Mystery of Edwin Drood first, because otherwise it's going to be spoiled for you because he talks about it extensively in this book. Beyond that, it helps. I have not read all of Charles Dickens' works, and I don't feel like you need to. I do feel like it's a book that the more you have read of his works, the better you will get it. But I will say, I don't regret having read all of Wilkie Collins's novels, though I don't think all of them are required. But I don't regret like having read The Moonstone, having read The Woman in White, knowing about their relationship already, and having read some Charles Dickens. Um, and definitely having read The Mystery of Edwin Drood right before reading this. So it helps. The more Victorian literature you have read, and the more you know about it, and the more background stuff you have heard, it helps a lot. Um, Otherwise, he's going to be name dropping people, and you're going to be like, "Ah." And Alicia, I would leave it for the next person to paint in case they need to touch up anything. Normally I would do that, but what's happening is we're getting an entire interior paint of our house done. And we moved here from Phoenix, where everything is in living color on the inside because nothing's in color on the outside. And so I still really liked color. So, like, this wall behind me is actually probably a little darker green than it's coming up here. It's like a sage green closer to this light green in the chair. Not this light green, but this light green that you just barely see right there. Um, and my kitchen is red and our walls are like a creamy yellow, and that's not cool. So our entire house is getting painted agreeable gray. That's not literally the name, but it's something like that. So the paint will be useless to them. But it is a good idea otherwise. And Teresa finished The Pearl and really liked it. And now you're reading Miss Eliza's English Kitchen and finishing up All Things Wise and Wonderful. Nice. You've got some good reading going on there. Jaleesa, they said they don't respond yes or I'm here when someone called their name and maybe on the other side of the gate, there's a fear of mimicking evil spirits, right? So they say, is that me? I, I, I'm totally doing that. And yeah, it was you, Betsley. Yeah. And you're welcome, Anne. And Metzley is enjoying the book. It's a good way. Like I need to finish it already because you need to know the end. That's always a good feeling. And gotcha makes sense with the paint. Yeah, it's a bummer, but otherwise, that's normally what I would do. Like I said. All right, let's get into the sprint. I want to go sit outside before it rains or pours or does whatever ominous thing is about to happen. So it might not be that long outside. Anyway, happy sprinting. I need to stop muting the timer. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. How was your sprint? Mine went well. I did go and sit outside for a little bit and read my book. I moved around in different rooms in the house and read my book. And yeah, I'm invested. I'm really getting into this story now. There's a lot of different things going on. And do I like mysteries? I don't know because I really liked The Mystery of Edwin Drood, and there was definitely a mystery in that. I'm currently reading The Mysteries of Paris, and I'm enjoying that. And this is a couple of like unsolved mysteries and pursuits and stuff. And okay, interesting. Anyway, let's see how things went for you guys. Let's see. Oh yeah, we were talking about the paint of the house and why I've got to take all the paint out of the house. So frustrating. And Teresa was saying to Metzley, I know I usually don't read sci-fi or horror, but you loved this book, and this is Anomaly. I found myself really tense while I was reading it and couldn't stop thinking about it when you weren't. Oh, that sounds amazing. And hello, Ben. How are you doing? Hope your day is going well or has gone well. Thanks for the thumbs up. And working on One Piece. Um, is what you're so funny, Ben. I see what you're doing here. Is what you're reading. Nice. Hope you're enjoying it. What volume are you on? Sure, Vasha. Hello. How are you this afternoon? Hope you're doing well. And you finished. Yay, Adia. Woo. Nice. How did you like it? Was this a first time or was this a reread as well? And good night to you, Made with Books. You probably are already off and in bed, so hope you sleep well. Melinda's got to go to school and pick up. Yes, thank goodness it's the last week. Sounds good. We'll see you when you get back, Melinda. I'm Mary back and ready to read Daughters of Shandong. Ooh, sounds good. What's that about, Mary? I haven't heard of that one. And Metzley says, right, it's stressing me out not to know. I was just eating and couldn't stop thinking about the possibilities of what was to come. Oh, that's the best, Metzley. That's the best. You finished. Yay. Was it good? Was it worth it? Was it what you were thinking? Let me know. And Jackie switched to Under a Gilded Moon by Joy Jordan Lake. Nice. Not your normal genre, but liking it so far. Is it fantasy? It sounds like it's fantasy to me. That's what I'm imagining. Um, oh, and for some reason it repeated that. Oh, I see because you fixed. Did I even notice? No. And Atia got to almost halfway in Monstrous. Nice, nice. You're making good progress with both your books. Hello, Karen. You're back. Welcome back. And you finished Light Chaser. Nice. And now you're reading The Stranger in the Library. Ooh, sounds like a mystery. Is it a mystery thriller, something like that? In the A Lighthouse Library Mystery. Okay, if I just read the rest of your sentence, you told me. Very nice. And Jaleesa's at 54% rather. And before I let go, and finally finished reviewing some numbers for work. Victory! Yay! We like victories in reading. And Alicia got dinner for you and the kiddos. Finished Scar, another finished book. Very nice. Not sure what you're gonna rate it. Ooh, 3.5 or 4 stars. Okay, so that's pretty good. And started Scrappy Little Nobody. I like that. Your nonfiction for the month. Ooh, what's is it a biography, memoir? That's what it sounds like to me, based on the title. Like Anne Kendrick sees herself as a scrappy little nobody. And Denise read 42 pages, nice, on page 342, slogging through. Would not finish if you weren't reading it for Tar. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Denise. That's never a fun feeling. And Amberly got up to 880. You're doing it. That's not too bad. You're making it seem simple and fast. Had to take a break and go water a few more sensitive things in the garden to help them grow, get through this heat. Yeah, nice. And Srivasha's 70% of Sadie for Tard. It's so good. Oh, nice. And Christina finished her book. Yay! Applause all the way around. Lots of people finishing. And Ricardo's back. Everybody came back and finished their books. And you were watching Drag Race with your family and taking a break from writing. Nice. Yes, yes. I guess Drag Race is on Mondays for you, isn't it? Because you mention it frequently on Mondays. Nice. I hope you enjoyed. And Teresa couldn't concentrate on your book, kept thinking of Monopoly. That's so funny. I love that. You're not even reading it now, and you're still like, oh, I might have to read this book. Metzley, it was not at all what you were thinking. You thought you knew it was going to come, and it ended up being different. Oh, that's even better. That's great. And Under a Gilded Moon is about when the the Biltmores built the castle of the house in North Carolina. Oh, which was in Hill Country then, and a murder occurs. Ooh, historical fiction. Very nice. Oh, Under a Gilded Moon. Okay, yeah, I guess that could be a historical fiction title too. Yeah, I get it now. Amberly, I know so many people did finish today. I'm so impressed with you guys. That's amazing. Good stuff. And Alicia says, I'm guessing scrappy little nobody with autobiography type, maybe. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I know, yay for all the finishing. Totally. And Metzley says it was worth it. She really liked it. Is it sci-fi? Because it sounds like it would be sci-fi. And Alicia, it's about Anna Kendrick and her life before she became famous with Twilight and Pitch Perfect. Oh, okay, and she was a scrappy little nobody before she began. I get it, I get it, I get it. Very nice. So, yeah, I think on this next sprint, like I'm feeling the allergies. Like I don't think the outside actually helped because I'm like, this is me. Oh, and I did wake up at 4:30 this morning. That's probably not helping either. Yeah, that's probably what it actually is. So I'm thinking on this next sprint, I really want some ice cream. So that's not related to anything, but I think I'm gonna have some ice cream. Then I think I'm gonna read a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna take a nap. So I think I'm gonna divide my time into thirds and do all of those things. And then there was some book off my bookshelf. Oh, Our Mutual Friends, because in this book, he mentions a ton of books over and over again, but he also mentions Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens, because Dickens is one of the main characters in this book. And the whole book is about the last few years of his life. And in the last few years of his life, Charles Dickens wrote Our Mutual Friend, so it keeps coming up over and over again. And there's a little part of me that's worried that they're going to spoil Our Mutual Friend, but I don't feel like they could. I hope that's not going to happen because in the book, he's yeah, no, I don't think it's going to happen because now that I'm thinking about it, in the book, he just finished writing Our Mutual Friend. Like he just finished the book and it's getting ready to be published. And I'm like here. So there's no way that they're all of a sudden, right? Gonna spoil it? I don't feel like they're going to. But that's a concern of mine. But it now makes me want to read Our Mutual Friend, but I'm not planning on reading it anytime soon, which means that if I decide to do that, I now have to add it to the box of books that I'm moving with me. And I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. So, what do you guys think? Do you guys have any suggestions? I have a box that will probably fit 10 more books. And I have like 3 days in which I can add books to it. So, are there any books that you think I should add? I've added like the books that like I definitely want to read, but books that I've mentioned or showed in book calls, authors that you can think of, genres that you feel like I should add, companions to books, just throw out books that you would take with you, whether you think I own it or not. And if I own it, I will consider that one of the books. I will think about adding it to my box. Oh, like I'm seeing The Trees by Percival Everett over there. But see, I'm also trying to weigh it with like books that I can easily get at the library. Not that I'm sure I will have library access this whole time. I will have library access until May. No, wow, until July, like the beginning of July. And then after that, I have no idea if I'm still going to have library access. So we'll see. Um, I lost the comments because I paused to chat and then didn't mark it. Anna Kendrick. Yep, here we are. And yes, Metzleaf is agreeing with me on what I was saying about finishing and stuff. Ricardo, well, it's when I remember a new episode came out. You have the worst memory keeping up with show schedules. You blame Netflix. Yeah, I would blame Netflix. Oh, and Jamie finished Dune. Yay. And I'm guessing by happy face you really liked it. What were your thoughts in brief? Because I don't, you don't have to spoil it because I know you'll do a wrap up, so let us know. And Teresa's happy that Metzley recommended it and that you liked it. Yes, it kept you entertained. Yeah, if it keeps you going, it's worth it. I totally agree. Ooh, and you're having Ben and Jerry's. Yum, yum, yum. Out of this world. Ooh, that sounds good. I haven't had like Ben and Jerry's like newer flavors in forever. Sounds good. And Metzley, yeah, it did keep you entertained. You had no idea what to expect and had you thinking the whole time. Sounds awesome. Ricardo read the Anna Kendrick book and felt it was too I'm not like other girls for your taste. Interesting. And you don't usually like biographies. And so, okay. So you're biased. Fair enough. Fair enough. But still, it's a reason to not like it if you felt like she was constantly like, and I'm a unicorn. And Alicia says, "Now you make me want Ben and Jerry's." Oh no, here we go. And books that you were excited for. Yeah, I've got the books that I'm excited for. That's all I've packed so far. Um, Nonfiction. I have one nonfiction. I packed a nonfiction. That was the nonfiction that I have called In the Matter of Nat Turner, because I know that one I can't get at the library. So I do have that in there. I'm thinking a short story collection. I have one very small short story collection, which is The Bamboo Cutter's Daughter, which is like ancient sci-fi stories, but it's very thin. Like they're like 3 or 4 page short stories, and the whole book is maybe like 70 pages long. So I don't know if I should bring another short story collection. Metzley didn't actually have a lot of time to read during the last week, but you were thinking about it. And from the sounds of it, you're going to keep thinking about it because Teresa's still thinking about it. And Jamie, all of the Dickens is on Project Gutenberg, right? And on LibriVox as audiobooks. So if you don't want to bring them along, you can access the text. Yep, and that was my thinking. So of all my books, I haven't packed any Dickens for that very reason. And like most libraries have them, sometimes you find them even in little free libraries. I could buy it used, thrift stores, you find them. Like Dickens is everywhere. Like I'm not gonna not have a Dickens. At the same time, if I wanted to annotate it, I'd want to annotate my copy. So I've thought about bringing one of my copies of Charles Dickens because I don't own all of his in paperback, and I would only be annotating my paperback because I have like all of his works in hardcover. I don't know. Christina now trying to decide if you want to read a second book or switch to the second book of the Dark Tower series. Ooh, good question. How did you like the first book? I'm looking at Teresa's name and talking to Christina. How did you like the first book in the series, Christina? And Teresa says, it was 2 months ago that you read it? You still think about it? That's awesome, Teresa. That's a sign of a really good book. You like J-Lo? True. Another unicorn in our midst, right? Jamie enjoyed Dune, and you understand a lot more of the politics than when you read it a few decades ago. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like as we get older and just more experience in life and whatever. Yeah, J-Lo is going through it lately. I know. I felt so bad about her tour. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And Metzley's gonna be thinking about it for the next 2 months. You are. You guys are both gonna just be like, "Hey, at least now you have each other," right? That's the best part of the book community. Is like now you can talk to each other about the book and be like, "I'm still thinking about it." And do I have any summer reading things? I like Jane Austen July type of things. Oh, or Shorty September type of things. This is a good point, Teresa. I am doing Big Book Summer, so I packed all my big books. And Shorty September. I haven't done Shorty September, and I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to. I feel like I don't want to because I don't read a lot of short books, and if I read them all in September, then I'm screwed. So, um, yeah, but that's a good point that maybe I should look up some readathons that usually happen. Okay, so that would be the next question. What readathons happen in July and August and September and October? Because that's how long I might be without my books. Um, oh, I was planning on hosting a readathon in October. Okay, that's a good point. I want my own book for that. Okay, I'm starring your comment, Teresa, because these are good points. And Teresa's laughing. Yeah, like, no, hold on, like J-Lo, who also feels like she's not like other girls. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But do I continue with the same world I just finished or more to one that tends to confuse me? I don't know. I'd go with the one that I'm enjoying and just finished. Yeah, she is constantly saying it, Metzley. Yeah. Oh, I just muted there for oh, you know what? I muted because the little when the little chime goes off, it mutes me. I'm muting it back. So sorry about that. Yeah, no, I was just saying, asking if people knew what readathons usually happen every year in July, August, September, and October. Because I'd want my own books for a readathon for the most part. And Ricardo, her tour, her album, her divorce, like the woman can't take a break. Yeah, thankfully you're not a fan because you'd be stressed. Yeah, seriously. Being JLo's fan is stressful. The second book of the Dark Tower series is much better than the first. Ooh, there you go, Christina. So maybe do go to that. And are you going to read Station 11? I'm hoping so. My library has it. So, yeah, that's one of the first books that I'm hoping to take out from the library. I should probably put it on hold. Hmm. Okay, yeah. And Metzley, yeah, she says it all the time. She's a particular type of celebrity. Yeah. Yep. Uh, Pickpongathon is in August. I haven't heard of that one. Series September. I do have series I should finish. I don't know if I'll bring them with me, but I will check and make sure my library has them. I would do that. And we were talking about reading Nicholas Nickleby. Oh, yeah, you're right. We were. Thank you for the reminder. I will definitely pack my copy of that. Okay, all these things that I need to start. And Jamie needs to know about July readathons soon too. Exactly. And Metzley says, "Yep." To Ricardo, series September, just reading book series that month. Yes. Yep. And or starting them or whatever. October is Blackaweenathon. The readathon focuses on horror, thriller, and mystery novels written by Black authors. Well, I'm just barely getting into the horror mystery part, but I don't own a lot, so I won't worry about that because I'd have to take stuff out for that anyway. Plenty of series. Yeah, don't we all? And October is all about Halloween, but fall seems to be spooky, cozy, dark academia. That's true. Good to think about. It's run by Bree, the Locked Booktician. Okay, good to know. Um, I know, right? I don't even like horror. Yeah, but I do have plans for an October fun thing that I think would work with all the other October things that people do. Ricardo always want to read library books, but for some reason never finish on time. Oh, that's the worst. Because then you're like, wait, you're taking my book back. I'm not done. And Jamie might try Shorty September using just short fiction off Project Gutenberg. That's a really good idea. I like that. I might have to try that sometime. All right, that was our timer. I really want my ice cream and my nap and my book reading. And so we're going to go ahead and go into another sprint. And yeah, let me fix the timer for us. And I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How was your sprint, everyone? Mine was good. As you can tell from the lighting, it's starting to get dark out here, largely because I think it's still overcast. I keep saying it's going to rain. I don't think it is, or if it is, it's not going to for a while, but it is definitely overcast here. So I spent that sprint. I had my ice cream and I read some more in Drood, and this is coming along really well. I'm really enjoying this book and really starting to get into it. Started a little slow and jumpy or something like that. I don't know. The first couple of chapters, I was interested, but it wasn't holding my attention for a long time. And now I'm really getting into it. And I am on chapter 9, page 154. And uh, I had to make myself stop before the last couple of minutes because chapter 9, like Charles Dickens, is finally about to share this story about what happened to him on this night. And I wanna know what happened, but I was like, "No, if I start this chapter with 3 minutes to go, like, I'm not coming back." I'm gonna be like, "Sorry, guys, fend for yourself. Set your own timer. Good luck." Anyway, when we left, people were giving me some ideas of books to pack, and one of the suggestions was to keep, the readathons in mind that are coming up, and so I did add some my box of books is, like, right over there. So I did add a couple more boxes, I wish. I added a few more books into my box based on that conversation, so that was super helpful, and let's see what else is going on. Christina, was sharing some more things. Okay, smutella around then. I don't know that I have a lot of smut, and I definitely don't read it that like I don't pick books based just on that. But that's good to know. I mean, if you do, keep that in mind. Jamie said, the only Dickens you have left to read are Barnaby Rudge and Edwin Drood, so you'll be reading those later this year. Awesome. I just read Drood, Jamie, and I think you'll really like it. I was surprised how well I liked it, given that it's not finished. And then, Jamie, you should definitely read this book. You, I know, like have read all of Dickens, as you're just talking about, and I know you've read a lot of classics in general. I think you would really appreciate, oops, sorry, all the references in this book. And sorry, there's going to be a lot of noise going from like this moment out. Like dinner's being made, garbage is being taken out and dropped all over the front porch, is what it sounds like. Jaleesa says, like most things, there's a scale. Horror has a wide umbrella. If you're open to reading middle grade or graphic novels, they have prompts for those. Good to know. You really could ignore horror and just do thriller or mystery. I think thriller might bother me more than horror, depending on the horror. I'm pretty sure last year they had a team that read mostly, if not all, cozy mysteries. That's a good point. I need to try cozy mysteries. I really do. I really think I would like them because I like cozy books in general, and I don't mind a mystery in my story. So I feel like the combination of all of those would just be working well for me. But we'll see. And then I finally remembered about this link to the video. So here is the video link. And it was Libby Stevenson. I didn't actually check and look, but at least the last time I looked, I don't think she was still posting videos. And I didn't look this time, but I know this video is from quite a few years ago. So here's the link to her actual video where she talks about all the Thomas Hardy books and her thoughts and that kind of thing. And it was a flow chart that she had made, which I tried to leave here and then ended up accidentally like spamming the entire comment section and saying, yeah, that didn't look right. And then I mentioned that the link for her flow chart is if you just go and watch the video, the description box for that video has the link to the flow chart and you can download it and everything. And it's like, I just love the fact that she did a flow chart of all of Thomas Hardy's books and the comments that she makes on them. And I actually read through the flow chart following her suggestion, and led to me reading quite a few Thomas Hardy books, and I actually really enjoyed them, some more than others, but it was helpful. And then I put myself in timeout because I was like, "What am I doing in the chat? It's not working out." And oh, bye, Swank. You have a good one too. Thanks for stopping by. and says there's a wonderful interview with Percival Everett on Politics and Prose YouTube channel. Ooh, you think he's a brilliant author? And it may be because you own all his novels. Well, we get biased, right? But it does seem like a lot of people love his books. And Trees is definitely one I want to read. Erasure, I've heard, is really good. I mean, honestly, I've heard nothing bad about any of his books. So I hope to get some of them out of the library and maybe start getting to some of them. Emily, hello. How are you? First time joining on a Monday. Yes, that's true. It is, isn't it? Yes. And I won't sign off until, no, I'm good. Thank you. I won't be signing off until 9. So you've got some time here. So welcome, welcome, and let us know what you're reading and up to. And the number of sprints will decide what you read. Sure, that sounds fair. So, that said, we have a choice, guys. So I do want to sign off pretty close to 9. It's 7:30 now. So we could do 1 hour sprint and have a lot of nice little chatty bit. Or we could do like 2 45-minute sprints. And that would get us right till 9, and then we could chat for a little bit and be done. So let me know if you have a preference for 2 45 minutes or a 1 hour. So I'm open to either. But since I'm not about to finish a book this time, I will be getting off at 9. And Jackie will watch the video and print the list of the Thomas Hardy books. Yay! And you're very welcome. Yeah. Um, how does she not have more likes? I don't know either. I mean, I guess there's not that many of us looking for Thomas Hardy. Also, it might be the name of the video because I feel like I've had a hard time finding the video, and I only found it this time because I knew what I had to be looking for, but I never remember what the name of that video was called. And I feel like if she had just been like Thomas Hardy for beginners or something like that, that it would have got more likes, but you never know. Who knows? Click like, add to them. Melinda spent the sprint taking a giggly freshman. My gosh, I can't read. We all see what it says. You took the girls home. Good job, Melinda. But yeah, I know that feeling of the giggly girls. And Alicia, I did some dishes, got the kids ready for bed, and got to page 70 of Scrappy Little Nobody. And you're aiming for halfway point, which is 135. Okay, that seems reasonable because you got a lot done during that one sprint with all the other things that you were doing. So I think you can do it. Denise read 15 pages on page 357, 40 pages left, almost there. And Teresa read a chapter of Miss Eliza's Kitchen. Oh, a novel of Victorian cookery and friendship. Why does that sound familiar, Teresa? Feel like I know that now that you've said the rest of that, but maybe not. And have I thought about doing a bookshelf tour? And yes, I have. I have, and I am, and I will. Yeah, I will totally do a, well, okay, let's talk about this though, Ricardo, because the reality is we're not moving our bookshelves with us. You guys see too, I actually have 7. Um, they're laid out oddly around the room, but for reasons they just are. So you only see 2 of the 7 shelves in total that we own. Um, and there's really 2 small ones as well. But I am thinking about doing a bookshelf tour when I unbox my new house, except it's going to depend on the bookshelves because we're not taking our bookshelves with us because they're really old and falling apart and won't survive the trip. Um, we're hoping that one of the homes that we buy, one of the homes, like we're buying multiple homes, we're hoping the house that we buy has built-in bookshelves because that's quite common where we're moving to. Um, so if that's the case, then the unboxing will happen much more quickly than not. If that's not the case, then I'm going to have to wait until we move in and then buy bookshelves. So at some point it will happen, yes, when I set up my library because we are not buying a home until I have found one where I can have my own little library in it. But yeah, Jamie finished about 50 pages in your arc of Reboot. Yay, which is fun so far. Double yay. Amber Lee, you're at page 905. Oh my gosh. You can read 145 pages in the next sprint? Definitely not. Okay. But will you finish tonight? Solid maybe. Yeah, yeah, you got this. You're gonna finish tonight because there's no way you're gonna get through the next sprint and or two if we do two, and then not decide to finish it because you'll. I feel like you'll be close even if you're not done. And Ricardo's killing this murder mystery, and you're about to finish chapter two, and you'll probably have to edit because you feel like it's too long. Okay, fair. But I'm glad it's going well. Jaleesa managed another 1% of your book and had to answer some emails before closing out the workday. Well, hey, you got stuff done. Yes, you've earned a short nap. Take it, girl. Take it. And yes, Ricardo will always second that nap and third it and approve it and all the things. Fingers crossed you actually wake up within an hour. Yes, maybe we'll call your name. Jaleesa. Jaleesa. Alicia, longer sprint. Okay. Christina, 45 minute sprint. Denise, no preference. One more hour sprint for Jaleesa. She wants to get that good nap in. Teresa's for the 240-minute sprints. Oh, that's somewhere in between. Christina coming with the 67. I feel like I should be, we're at the horse races now. 245 minutes. Okay, now we're getting I know Christina's always gonna throw in those numbers. You watched that video years ago. Yeah, it's been around for a while. 245 minutes makes an hour and a half. So down for the more reading time. True, because you just came on. Christina's having supper. And it is by Annabelle Abs. Huh. I haven't heard of it. And you love the bookshelf tours. You're so excited. I'm so excited, and they're my books. I love bookshelf tours too, though. And The Dream. Christina and decided to go with the second book in the Cozy. You will finish tomorrow and then start the second book in the King series. Okay. I know. I know. They're like my dream. Like I don't need them all, just some, just a few. Though I did see one house that my mom's comment on the house was, I don't know about that one. There seems like there's too many built-in bookshelves. And I was like, I know. Like every single room had built-in bookshelves in it. I was like, yes. Yes. I don't know that those walls are structurally sound because but yes. And yes, love your Billy bookshelves. That's what these are. And we've had them since they first started selling them here in the US. So they hold up a long time. And Amberly, I know Amberly is killing it. If you don't have time for Nicholas, no, I will have time. I will have time. Like we will be settled. We will be somewhere. I will be reading. I will have time. But thank you, Teresa. And Amberly feeling very motivated to finish. You can do it. And Ricardo's thinking about recording the mid-year tag in English. Ooh, yeah, do that. And that you don't cringe too hard and decide to upload it. Oh, we will. We will. Yes, you can do it, Ricardo. You can do it. Too many, I'm missing too many what? Oh, yeah, yeah. I didn't understand that either. I was like, is there such thing as too many bookshelves? And I was like, if I don't have enough books, that's easily solved. I know that's right. We're cheering you on in the chats, Amberly. Yes, we are. There's no such right. There's no such thing as too many bookshelves. Like we don't understand that concept here. Yeah, no, there's not. Absolutely not. Exactly. Glad we're all in agreement on this. All right, let me go back and see because it was a pretty tight vote for the hour versus 45 minutes. One for 45, one for an hour, two for an hour, three for 45, 45. I think the 45 is winning out here, guys. So we're going to do the 45. So I'm with Christina. I can always find a way to fill a shelf. Yep. Agreed. That's what bookstores are for. So we're gonna go ahead. We'll do 2:45, and if you have to leave early, I totally understand that. But maybe what we'll do to keep it really tight to that 45, one, we'll go back into our sprint right now, and then I'll keep the chat bit between the 2:45 shorter. Because hubby's making dinner over there too, so I gotta fit that in somewhere while it's nice and hot. And so I'm gonna ignore all the times you guys are putting in there because I see what you're doing. And we'll never get to sprinting if I go through all that. But yes, built-in bookshelves would be cool. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Upgrading either way, like non-broken shelves will also be awesome. And there are never too many books, just not enough shelves. Exactly. That was my thought. I was like, the worst thing that would happen would be that I would run out of books to put on the shelves, and then I'd have space for more books to put on the shelves. It's like just a repeating thing. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this first sprint. What did I say we were doing? 2:45. I'm like, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. I'm just here talking with you guys. Things are just happening. This is good. It'll give me 2 opportunities to catch up on some more read. All right, there we go. 45 minutes. Now 45 minutes is on the clock. I'll see you shortly. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How is that sprint for you? I should have turned on my like over blasty light thingy. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I hope that sprint went well for you guys. Mine went well. I read some more and dreamed, like I said, and then you probably saw me got up and I went to go have dinner. And dinner tonight was yummy rice and beans, with pork chops and collard greens, and there was something else. Oh, and plantain. So um, yeah, and it was really good. And I'm nice and full and satisfied now, so ready to read some more. And then we're gonna play packing box Jenga over here for a little bit, and then I'll just be relaxing for the night. So let's get back to where we were in the comments. Yeah, comments. I don't know, it must be getting late because like my mind's getting weird over here. Alicia was saying that, oh, you want to renovate your library? Yes, so much fun. And cats got hungry. Wasn't one of them meowing for treats earlier? Ooh, should I not say that word out loud? Right. How could you have too many bookshelves? Right. None of us understood that. And Emily said for this sprint, I decided to continue reading. My favorite thing is Monsters, book two. Nice. Graphic novel that you're obsessed with the art. How fun. Definitely worth a flip through, I promise, even if you don't read it. Sounds good. I'll definitely have to check it up. Check it out. See, I told you it's getting late in my mind, if not in reality. Alex is back from the baseball game. Oh, you lost. Boo. I'm sorry. Aw, what a bummer. But I'm glad you can make it back. And Denise is on page 392. 6 pages left. Oh my gosh, Denise. You're so close. And Ricardo, great sprint, going to write during the next one, and then probably read till you fall asleep. Sounds like a great night. It's 2 a.m. I was going to say, it's really late, but I know you're a night owl. You're awake like an owl. You sure are, Ricardo. And Jackie made it to 85%. So close. Your kitty needed attention. Oh, distractions. Oh, you're up to 933. You're so close, Amberly. Remind me how many pages your book has? I feel like it was like 1,007. Don't ask where I got that number from. I just remember it was 1,000. Somewhere in the thousand. And Jessica, I am still here. You just got back from the doctor's, finally reading. Very nice. We have one sprint left, Jessica, so you can enjoy that. Hope your doctors went very well. And yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna be reading through for these last 45 minutes. Still really enjoying it, hearing the background of the titular character, which is an interesting background. I don't know where the background story is going, I'll be honest. So I'm interested. Oh, okay, 1,052. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So you'll get like, I don't know, do you think you'll get to the 1,000 page mark during the next sprint? Because it's a shorter one too. That might seem like a push. But you definitely like, I feel like if you wanted to, you could finish it tonight. I don't remember what time zone you're in, so I don't know if it's like late for you or not. But there's potential. There's definitely potential. So we will do one last 45-minute sprint, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw us right into it. And then we can take our time and say goodbye, and then that will be it for the night. But yeah, let's get that going. If I can find I have so many other like banners in the background here. I can't even find the one that says last sprint. All right, there we go. We'll go on to our last sprint. Oh, you do. You have time, Amberly. You can do it. You can do it if you've got nothing else going on. You at least have this next sprint to make good progress. We're all rooting for you. So I hope you make it. And let's go ahead. And says they've all moved upstairs. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing next is going upstairs and getting cozy. All right, last 45-minute sprint. Happy reading, everybody.